This is why we don't power cycle stuff. Causes all kinds of problems. Oh, none of my lights are working. I think Node Red stopped working. I don't know if it's the SSH thing happening, but I'm trying to get the fart box working first. And I need to pop out YouTube chat. A little discombobulated today, not too badly, but just a little bit. Okay, YouTube chat is in here. I need to like revisit all my automation because I need to automate the stuff that I'm doing right now, like setting titles and stuff, because that'll help me set everybody up. What's that up on screen? Huh. What's up, Torpedo Cloud? Let's see. Let's pop out the chat. There we go. And then find my social blade so I can see chat. Where did that go? It didn't open. What the hell's going on here, chat? Is that it? That's not it. Huh. Social Ninja Nintendo. What the hell? I gotta get it out of a Stream Deck. And where is that? It would be the web pages button. Right here. Twitch pop, YouTube pop out, chat. And I need to open that up. Oh my god, it's so many windows. 3 monitors is such a curse. Like that. Now I have you guys over here on this monitor, which is where I look for you. I haven't figured out music yet because I'm so discombobulated. We need this key. Not this one. Hold on. That was my attempt at LVGL that I never got going. Listen, I'm being pulled in too many directions at once. I hate it when things get like this. But we're doing modular synthesis, a little bit of variety today. Hopped into the YouTube chat. It's an odd choice. Why is my Social Stream Ninja not working? Click there. And then click there. OctoJ with a Prime for 74 months. Hell yeah, brother. Dude, thank you so much, OctoJ. Why isn't this working? Oh, because I'm on the wrong account. I opened up the link on the wrong... I have 2 Google accounts going right now. And for some reason, it loves to use the wrong ones. So let me open up the correct one. It's this one. Oh, and there's my social stream. It's on that tab. Duh. Okay, there you guys are. Although the OctoJ sub didn't go through on this one for some reason. It's a little weird. I don't like it when it does that. I think when he types something, it'll come through on here, but it won't announce it officially. And now I'm starting to sweat because the fan isn't on me. Give me one sec here. Adjust the fan, aka kick it until it is facing me. I need to do this authorization redo just because the keys have expired or something like that. And I always forget how to do it. Yeah, thank you for the 74 months of Prime. Holy shit. My super long standing Adam Plays sub lapsed because it was a Prime and I neglected it. This is what I'm using for, what is this one for? WebSockets. SSH? No mention of SSH on there. What's handling SSH in this project? So here's the deal. The fart box, the channel point fart box runs on an ESP8266, which means that I can program it from here without plugging it into USB. But it has certificates and stuff so that it can get into the chat as a bot, and it can look at channel point requests. There's probably an easier way to do it. This is the most direct at the time, which was a long time ago. The way that I would like to do it is using Node Red, and by the fact that I look like I'm silhouetted in order to keep my identity confidential. The reason I'm like that is because none of the lights work right now. I don't know what's going on with that. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, they work now. I rebooted the Raspberry Pi, so those work. So my what is it? The HTTP requests that go throughout the network here are fine. So good. That's not the overarching problem. The problem now is that the fart box no longer farts, and I don't think it's a GINT, a gastroenterologist's problem. I think it's more of a Well, gastroenterology is sockets, isn't it? It depends. It depends on what you're into. But yeah, we have an an SS1 fingerprint. But are we using an index C? What are you doing triggering a hype train? Thank you. 33 moans. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you, index C. Octoj can fuck off with his prime for 74. We got 33 months on index C. I'm trying to trigger Octoj into actually saying something in chat. SHA1. There we go, I got him. So I'm supposed to go to PubSub Edge Twitch TV. And that opened to the wrong account. So let's open that up in this one. I think I have to touch this Chrome page, and then I can touch this, and then it opens on the right one. Okay, good. All right, so let me, hold on. That web page, I need to, so many windows open, so many different tasks that I need to look into. What was the other thing that went up that I didn't want on that page? Oh, is this one? No, that one's all the way over there. Oh, that's right. Okay, so in this browser window, I have the popped out YouTube chat. I don't need the YouTube. There we go. Okay, so from here, I'm supposed to click on the secure connection and then the certificate, but all it's showing is an SHA 256. And I don't see SHA1. Are they not accepting it anymore? $2083. And then the question is whatever I'm using for the WebSocket Echo Org SS1 fingerprint, can I just change that to the 256? Oh yeah, that is awkward. I do that. I actually pull up Twitch on my phone and then pull it up as chat only when I do that. But then my TV has such a shit connection that it's inevitably like 10 seconds behind, and by the time I type something relevant to what's happening on the screen, streamer's moved on, and so I just look like like a completely out of touch weirdo. So there's only a 256 fingerprint, huh? So what am I using for SSH? Arduino JSON version 6, Twitch PubSub documentation, Arduino WebSockets by Gilbimon. Code sets up all the libraries, then uses state machine to handle the login, relogin procedure. Final two states are detected, blah, 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 blah. Most here untested, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I think this is where we need to be. And I just need a 256 client.ino. That connects to the Wi-Fi. SSID, WebSocket server port, WebSocket server host. Begin, wait for some time, connected to Wi-Fi, client on message. Nope, that's not it. Would it be the server? I don't think it would. I could try it, let's see. Or is it something that I can just alter? Oh, chat has been buried. Okay, nobody has any good. I gotta go back to programming streams. Those always got the most engagement because I'm doing everything wrong. Secured socket and HTTP or secured? Let's try secured two-way and just see what they do. Doesn't check or indicate about errors, blah, 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 blah. Begin certificate, blah, 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 blah. End certificate. Encrypt CA cert. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's what we're looking for. Let's try the other one. Socket and HTTP. Teensy ID library and native Ethernet. Oh, well, that's a little different. Oh, how do we get this thing working? All right, so close that. How do we make this gubbins work with the other gubbins? So where are we using the echo org SSL fingerprint, or SS1? Because it would probably become const string. I'm just going to do this while I'm here. Echo org SS256 fingerprint is equal to, and this is going to be enormous. There it is. Semicolon. Oops. Is it really only that much longer? That doesn't seem like... Hold on, let me just double check here. Double check with general. Well, the certificate says the public key ends in 8.3. The certificate ends in D3. Which one is the fingerprint? Oh, they're certificate and public key. Get a new one, go to the HTTPS, click on the lock icon, then go to connection is secure, then certificate is valid, and look at the details. In there is the thumbprint. Needs all lowercase, no space, which we have right there. But if I go to the details, I can go to, now, is that going to be different? In there is the thumbprint. Certificate hierarchy. Certificate version, serial number, certificate secure algorithm, issuer, Amazon, validity, subject, pub sub, key info, key algorithm, subject's pub key. That's not, I don't think, what I need. Looking for thumbprint. Anything that says thumbprint, there's nothing. There's fingerprint. Is it 8.3 or D3? Which one do we want? That was the one that I put in, but this 8.3 is the one that we want. It's the public key and not the certificate. I thought that that was somewhere up here. That's 0F. Interesting. I don't get why this is secure if all this information is right here. Unless I'm supposed to be hiding something. There's certificate subject key ID, which looks like it's the right length given the previous ones. But I don't know if I put those in, if they're going to work. I don't know anything about what I'm looking at right now, to be honest. Not critical. Key ID. Authority and subject. Subject alternative name. Pub sub edge Twitch TV. Extended key usage. Signed certificate timestamp. No. So yeah, SHA 256, and we were using SHA 1. So what does that mean? Because it's not, SHA 1 isn't on here. I think it might have been like no longer, I don't know, maybe it's no longer a thing. Where's like Fadanon? He understands this stuff. I mean, if I just put that in, like, let me just give that a date. 1/23/24. .24, and then we go down here and we look at where it's logging in. It's going to have the SHA1 somewhere around here. Echo org ss1 fingerprint.cstring client set fingerprint. So if I turn that to SS256, I don't know if that's gonna, I don't know if that's gonna fly. We could try it and see if it works. I don't want to have to do a full debug session on this thing. That's my nonce code. Control F, SS1. Okay. So it's not using that anywhere else. Just the question is if we send it, if it's going to be okay with what we just did. There's my PP timer. I love the PP timer. Doc error, debug, responded, part message queue. All right, well, that's all I can do. Save that. Let's close this. Bring this back all the way over here. And now we can see whether or not, most likely or not, we can see whether or not this code works. So this is an esp3266. And this would be a generic ESP module. I should write down what it is up here. Built-in LED. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't remember any of this. I think this is just set to default, but holy crap, there's a lot of configuration. Level, legacy false, blah, 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 blah. Port would be Fartbox 2000 at 192.168.2.210 and upload. Here's where we break everything. Let's see. Let us see you function. Because I still need to pull up the project for the module that we're going to build today. And build something with a screen and an esp32, which is a pretty powerful module. Pretty cheap too. And I want to get this thing working during it. Now we're going to build somebody else's module, so we don't have to program or code anything either. I just need to find where in the conversation that I was having the link to it is. Yeah, the choice of figuring out the settings for a random ESP. Yes, indeed. And it's not like I did this whole project. I should remember every facet of it, but here we are. All right, I should be hearing a burp, burp. Okay, that was a fart. All right, let me test it. Okay, that farted before I clicked it. Yeah, I don't think it's working. Hold on one sec. Okay, it's not working. It made a defeated farting noise. So, okay. Is it Arduino WebSockets or ESP8266 Wi-Fi or Arduino JSON? I thought it would be WebSockets, but there's no mention in that. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Swear I purchased like 10 different types in one day to the next. I forget what chip setting. Yeah, I could have borked it using these settings, but I think they're still defaulted because it's a generic ESP8266. All SSL ciphers most compatible. Is that a built-in thing then? Is SSL built in? Or we're talking about something else. We are SHA. Thumbprint needs all lowercase, no spaces. That's what it got, but it's a huge thumbprint now. Because it's SS256. That doesn't seem like it's that much larger for 256, but either way, you know, it's always given by the browser. So the second part is that did the pub sub thing expire? Did that stop working? I don't know which one it is. If I plug this thing into serial somehow, I can maybe put the debug on and listen to it. Because I don't think we're able to see anything. Yeah, we can't see anything. Oh boy. Oops. I don't want to have to rehash this thing from its bones. But I guess I'll have to do a new authentication token. And you guys aren't allowed to see this. Why is it doing this? Wait a minute. Why is that not? Wait, what is up with this? I am here to get a chatbot token. Why is the page? Wait, I didn't want that. Wow, jeez, it didn't let me choose the option that I wanted. That's stupid. Okay, well, anyway, let's reissue. So refreshed 428.22. So, and you guys aren't allowed to see any of this stuff, so I gotta bring you guys over here. I'll move OBS over to this screen for a minute. Let's see. And I'll glance suspiciously at the camera while I do this. Let's see. So take that number and I copy it. And then I paste it into chat. Paste it into chat. Like that. Oh no, that's not what, you guys didn't see that. Returned your burnt ESC. What? Oh, ESC and motor combo. Oh, yes. Sorry, I thought you meant like ESP, because I'm on that frequency right now. Full refund. Now to find something better for the RC10. Maybe a new controller. That's such a deep well to go down, though. There's so much there. It's like the 1/10 scale stuff is so expensive. And like, how much can the RC10 handle, right? What's a client ID? No, I need the refresh token. So the refresh token is not saved. Wait a sec. Oh, there it is. Refresh token. All right. Wait, where do I put that? Leave empty, use TTG secret, leave empty, use something or other secret. Access token appears here. Client ID. Is that the refresh token? No, I'm looking at, hold on a second. I'm looking to refresh a bot, man. Authorize, there we go. I gotta authorize it with my Twitch chat. I'm not a robot, come on, man. They have a spinning kappa. All right, so I guess that refreshed it. So refreshed. What's the date today? 1/23/2024. That's the old one. And the new one is here. Copy that, paste that. Channel ID is probably the same. And the refresh token. But there. I guess I'll take the client ID too, even though I don't need it. Oh, that one didn't change. Okay, and then save that. Okay, so now my token is, my bot is now authorized, and I'm gonna close this and make sure that I don't hit paste on anything that I need. Especially not hitting paste into chat. All right, so back over there. The config.h, I scroll up on the document so I don't accidentally click on it again, because I did that a minute ago, but now everything's been refreshed. And then back over here on this page, and then there's a lot of window shuffling involved in this. Please fix my fart box. It's very sick. Tools, we're set up on the fart box. We have all SSLs. We have all those other weird settings that I don't know about. Upload. The fact that it made a farting noise means that all those other settings are probably fine. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I know I'd want, like on a larger model, I would want something that has all of the sensors on the motor so that it was better at low speeds, so you don't get that crackling and jerking at low speeds. So you can do nice slow RC car piloting. Well, that was a long fart. It did a very long fart just then. So let's just see if it works. It does not. It's possible that it doesn't do something with the SS256 fingerprint. Try another one. Yeah, it's not working. This, I think, needs to go back to SS1, but I don't know how to get SS1 from the certificate or if they're doing it anymore. And I don't know what part of this, the echo org stuff, is supported. Wait, why is nonce nothing? Was that supposed to be like that, or did I didn't do that. That was like that. So which one of y'all is responsible for that? Or is that the ESP8266? Is that just like native to it? I don't think it is. What is it sending? What is it sending with that? So SS256. I've got it over here. Fingerprint.cstring. Client. So that's under client. Client is part of 2000. Yeah, client is part of the WebSockets, which is opening all the way over here. I'm gonna like snap my neck looking back and forth at all these monitors. All right, so clients is here. CA search, merge, pull, remove unnecessary definite, added JS code, blah 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 blah. So examples and ESP32 client, ESP8266 client, minimal ESP32 client, secured client. Well, this is ESP32. I might need to switch the microcontroller in this thing. WSS, hello server, etc. Arduino WebSockets, SSID password, WebSockets connection string, echo websockets.org. This certificate was updated 15/04/2021, 4/15/20 as the programmers and they're weird. Constant character echo org SS1 cert. That's SS1, and that was from 21. I don't know if we have an SS256 example. And the question is there an SS1 certificate in that stuff that I was looking at, in the web page stuff? Double check. Double check. PubSub, Edge, Twitch TV. Get that thing. Connection secure. Certificate is valid. This is the certificate. 256. Can't scroll up or down. Details has a lot more stuff in it. Root CA1. That looks like the longer style. Yeah, sorry, 256 is right there. Signature value is huge. Key ID. Not critical key ID is there. That's extensions though. Subject's public key, subject's public algorithm, subject, issuer, certificate signature algorithm, serial number, and version. Certificate, validity, key info, extensions, 256. I don't know. Does anybody know about this stuff? Maybe I'll have to wait until people wake up and start watching the stream to try to figure this out. So let's pivot and let me open up some of the info about the the module that I want to build. Like secured 8266. It's just gonna be yeah, or SS1 fingerprint. So it's not thumbprint. I don't know why I wrote thumbprint all over everything. And we only have 256 fingerprints. Oops. About this page. Not about this page. This one, connection, certificate. Fingerprint. .256 fingerprint, certificate, public key. So I need to get the deemed hackable in 2012 and Microsoft stopped in 2016, so maybe it's not used anymore. Well, we're talking about what Amazon's doing, and I just complied with one, you know, whatever whatever the hell number one, SHA1. But maybe Amazon stopped using it, and that might mean that my library doesn't work. Control F, 256, nothing. Last time this was updated, haha, a paltry 5 years ago. Darn it. Not 4 years ago for this stuff. Maybe they put it in here. Most places are dropping it. I guess then it makes sense. But then I have to find, I gotta find a plugin that'll use it on an ESP8266. Hold on. TNC4 client INO. This is probably still using one. This is ESP8266 Amazon AWS. No. What this is the channel point fart box logs in to Twitch as a using their API. I think it's, I forget. I forget exactly what it's doing. But essentially what it does is it logs into Twitch as a bot, and then when channel points are redeemed, it then sees that there's a redemption for channel points, a generic redemption, but it comes back as a JSON return. But what it needs to do is it needs to do that sort of handshake authentication, and in order to do that, it needs Burn the Subs didn't need to do this. I don't know why this one needs to do it. Probably because of its use of WebSockets. I'm using a bunch of different APIs in order to get all the stuff done that gets done around this shop. And we haven't gone into one of these projects in a little while, so I am rusty. I've forgotten more programming than I think a lot of people are normally exposed to. Chat GPT? No, I'm not going to allow that. I'm not going to do that. That's totally unnecessary. Teensy ID library. No, that's different, I think. Like, even figuring out what question I need to ask it, I'm right here. Like, I'm already right here. It's just, I don't think this thing uses 256 anywhere. Can I search this whole thing? Last updated 3 years ago. Client, sending message, waiting for a message. Server, accepting connections. SSID. Password, WebSocket server. It doesn't really specify what the standard is. Maybe it will when we get to the actual serial Wi-Fi 4 beacon loop. Note, ESP32, you only need to change code, connects to Wi-Fi or place. Server, SID password, WebSockets. Where is the authentication? Binary data. Message raw data, which returns a string, constant. SSL and WSS support. No matter what board you're using, in order to use WSS, you need to use client connect WSS, your secured blah, blah, blah. The next section describes board-specific code for using, okay, ESP8266. There are multiple ways of using WSS. By default, Arduino WebSockets does not validate the certificate chain. This can be set explicitly, Arduino WebSockets. So is that where I need to be looking? SSL fingerprint progmem. Or you can use setKnownKey method to specify a public key of a certificate in order to validate the server. Oh, maybe I should have been doing this. I should have been doing probably this the whole time. Specify the certificate authority using setTrustedAnchors method as follows. Server trust anchor CA list CA cert clients. server trusted. This is all coming back to me, I think. But I think I might have been able to automatically have it get the certs using set trust anchors method as follows. For client-side certificate validation, RSA or EC using the method. I wonder if I could do that. And then for ESP32, provide full certificate or provide no certificate. That's the full cert. What the fuck is that thing? So you can also use SSL fingerprint to validate the SSL connection. Or I could make it insecure, but I don't think it allows insecure. And it seems like by all means this should have just worked. Client.setFingerprint. What if I do client.setInsecure? I don't know why my channel point redemptions would not be public data. Let's try it. See, this is where I'd get my debug, and it'd say that it's socked. It'd be nice to do that debug over the network. Then I wouldn't have to touch this thing. I could leave it magneted to the front of my rack. Hey, see Stretch, and thanks for holding up chat for a little bit during this. Nice to have people typing, even if it is nothing. Just commiserating. Okay, there's our first fart. Did we get another one? That one sounded a little sad. I don't know if that was a sad fart or a happy fart. What up, beat drop guy? You look like you just dropped a beat. Redeem. Looks like insecure doesn't work. Yeah, insecure does not work. Random chat commencing. Just start naming stuff around the room. Okay, a la Ron Swanson and typewriter. Wait, was that Ron Swanson? I think that was. I'm probably getting that one wrong. SS256 over Arduino WebSockets. Let's see the Arduino WebSockets. Maybe I just need to update the library. Arduino WebSockets. Arduino. Oh no, we're in the same thing. This one has not been updated in like a billion years. So we tried client insecure. We tried just sending an SS256 key, and it didn't seem to like that. Client.setFingerprint. We set that, and then down here we set client.setFingerprint. Echo org SS. I don't think it's able to do 256. Arcade controller box. Walmart mount arcade box. They have, I went to Micro Center recently, and they have a whole section for building a stand-up arcade machine. People are like, there's like some company that's making hundreds of dollars on this stuff, just lasering plywood and having you kind of like piece it all together and selling, you know, big Alibaba style arcade buttons that probably break in a half an hour of usage. But it's cool that they're doing that. People can build their own arcade box without having to have like a scroll saw or any woodworking skill, which is always nice. Who's adding me? Why am I being added on Discord while I'm... Oh, it's one of my tone deaf actual IRL friends adding me in my... the funny section of my Discord. Do not add me on Discord while I'm streaming. I'm very distractible and it's not good. You'll get on my bad side. What's going on here? We need a better Arduino WebSockets, I guess. What the hell is this? ESP and 1.3. Mark Sattler. Links 2004. 3 weeks ago. 6 years. Now this is different from the one that we used. The one that we used was Gilman. Too many project ideas, my channel doesn't help. This is why I can't read Hackaday. This is why I can't watch other, what are we calling ourselves nowadays? Makers? We should be calling ourselves hackers, because that's actually the true origin. Hackers invented the walleye missile by hooking stuff up to the TV and tracking motion using 1970s electronics. That's hacking. But yeah, I guess everybody doesn't like the association with that kind of stuff. So it's makers. And I can't watch other makers channels because I'm way too impressionable. I'll try to like start talking like AVE or something. And like, if you ever look at the AVE subreddit, that's my, I prefer the label loser nerd. Emotional damage. Yeah, if you look at like the AVE subreddit, everybody's trying to talk like him, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Let the crazy person be a crazy person. And so in that same vein, if I look at another maker, like their projects, or I look at the channel or anything, or I find somebody particularly entertaining, I'll just like steal their personality, and it's really bad. I gotta not do that. I like my memes to be not meme streams to beams. Anyway, yeah, nerds are cool now, changed my mind. No, that's just like accepted. We all know that now. That's just how things are. Because it turns out we have a lot of personality. But anyway, so I got to keep away from that stuff. And Hackaday in particular is guilty of me going on there. I still have projects in my head that I really want to do that originate from Hackaday. Because I go, oh, cool article. I'm going to read about this. Ooh, this is neat. This is a really cool thing. I'm going to buy some parts. Boop, 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 boop. And I'm like, wait. One, I can't afford to do this. And two, when am I going to do this project? So yeah. Not that there's anything wrong with it, and I love seeing everybody sharing their projects on the Discord. That is the #1 place where I get that kind of content, and it's amazing. I'm glad to have amassed a crowd like the people that sort of hang around us here. Woot.com, OOBJCT object was another one. I know, but then the problem is amassing the people that I've amassed. I have external pressure from people telling me that I need to buy something, like getting into my PMs and talking to me and telling me like, oh, you should buy this. I bought this and I'm doing this and I'm doing that. I'm like, well, cool. I'm really interested in what you're doing, but I'm not going to buy anything that you tell me to buy. I'm not going to do it. You can send me stuff, and there's no guarantee that if you send me something, you will see it on this program, and you've got to somehow get my address out of me. You have to be an actual person. And if you want to send something, I have no problem with that. It's just there's absolutely no guarantee that you'll even see it on stream. There were quite a few things, and you know, I've had people try to kind of like buy out my channel. I have to resist that. I need to cancel my Amazon account. It's so useful for me, because that's why we don't do streams on Tuesday, is because or sorry, Wednesday. Wednesday is the time when if I need to do a panic order, I can do a panic order and get the stuff in. 4 small wheels for rotating monitor arcade, and then got a heavy-duty Lazy Susan. I have one. I have a bearing. I think it was from McMaster Car, but it's like a circular table bearing, and I was going to put that on my exercise bike and turn that into a game controller so that I could have chat increase and decrease the amount of resistance depending on channel point stuff, but I never got around to it. It would have been a great little weird thing to do that would involve you guys, and it would get me exercising again, and it would probably also like break my leg or something like that. Yeah, but the heavy-duty Lazy Susan's fun because you can jump on it and revolve. No, it's not. It's too big for a box. It's sitting up against my scrap pile. I could get it, but I'm not going to because we need to do this. I'm very highly distractible right now. Server and client for text frame binary, connection closed, ping pong, and continuation. So this seems to be like the normal stuff. Supported hardware, 8266. WSS client. SSL is not natively supported in WebSocket server. However, it's possible to achieve security WebSockets by running the device behind SSL proxy. Oh, this is why we didn't do this. This is why we didn't do this one. Does it need to do this, though, in order to get channel points? And if we're giving it the 256 key, I gotta wait until more people are in. Maybe I'll ping Fadanon on this one because he seems to know what he's talking about. Yeah, I'm gonna jump on the Discord. I'm gonna ping Fadanon about this. Stream projects. At fat anon. I've hit rock bottom. Fart box. SS, what is it? I gotta get this right or he's gonna. HA1 is no longer on pub sub Twitch. Instead, it's SHA256, and I tried just kind of punching that into the code, and it did not work. Sad face. Enter. Okay, so you guys can watch that drama unfold on the Discord. All right, so let's close that and let's get to what we were actually working on, and that was me privately digging the links for the module that I want to build today out of my Discord PMs. Fun times today. I have all the parts for this thing. I need to find it. There's a YouTube video on it, and we need to find the, what do you call it? The schematic and stuff. So I'm going to hop over to Discord again. Unless Fat suddenly has a minute to pop into stream, but let's see, get that out of view. I got to remember that the very corner of this monitor is in view. My private dealings are going to be announced to everyone. I don't like touching Discord during stream. I really do not. Let's see here. Because, yeah, I do not want to reveal. Let me put it on the monitor that absolutely cannot be displayed. It'll just be chats over here. I don't know what that's saying, Solid Electronics. I actually have no idea. I don't know. It's some security stuff, but the, what do you call it? The Arduino WebSockets, it does some, like, authentication, some kind of authentication that I need to get a key from. And it's, that process of getting the key is how I've done it all the way up until, and what it seems has happened is that they no longer support that type of WebSocket. They've upgraded it to more secure standards. All right, what is that one? That one looks like that's a VCO that I could build, but that's going to take a couple days to build. The one I'm talking about is a DIY. Yeah, let's do the DIY 6-channel Euclidean sequencer. And that's this YouTube video. The other option is, let me pause that. So on the same, it's Hajiwo is making these modules, and they look pretty cool. But I do need some kind of sequencing. I think I already have that in the Crimes and Ornamentation, I think does the sequencing, but there's a multitude of different ones here, and I think I bought the parts for we can build all of them for all we can do. Let's see here. Where are we? There's another Hajiwo that's on here somewhere. This is me listening to music and linking to this person to way too many things. And there's the same stuff that I linked again. Oh my god. It sucks. Hey, Fatanon! Subbing at tier 3. Dear god, dude. Thank you. Is there a way to find which algorithm is being used in the code? Alright, let's jump back to that then. I was gathering links for the $7 DIY. I guess we'll do the Euclidean sequencer. So I've pulled up everything I need to pull up. Post in the Discord. I'll catch it after work. Alright, so here we are. We are in the fart box, and I tried to get the certificates in the way that the notes in my code instructs me to, right? So what we've got is Arduino WebSockets, but this is from Gilmamon, who has not updated it in many years. So Gilmamon has not updated it in many years. I looked at the SHA stuff. I'm gonna try to be nice and clear and get you all up to speed quickly. So you can use an SSL fingerprint to validate an SSL connection. For example, constant character SSL progmem is equal to that. Client set fingerprint, and then there's the fingerprint. So what I did in the code, because it's okay, my instructions from the last times that I've done this, every single one here, it says to go to the HTTPS, go to the lock icon, Certificate is valid. We have only SHA-256. There's no SHA-1, which is what used to be the code. I use SS1 fingerprint. Connection's secure, connection's valid, look at details. Yeah, somebody else just subbed. Hold on, sorry, I'm in the midst of it. Celia Russell's gifting a sub to Leb TV Live. Hell yeah. Thank you so much, Celia. Celia keeps Leb TV Live up on his sub. Leb is just a grumpy man, and he would never on his own subscribe to my channel. So here we have the SHA-256 fingerprints. I've got a certificate and a public key, but they're 256. I don't see SHA-1 anywhere in here. If I go to like extensions and I look at like, I don't know, there's like other things in here that aren't exactly like a finger or thumbprint. Like the subject's public key is kind of big. That's not it. Certificate signature algorithm, serial number. So I don't know what to use. What's up, Ayush? I don't know how to pronounce that. Ayush? Ayush? I do not know. Where the hell is this key? Like, so there is no SHA-1. So what I did is I tried and failed to just call the variable something else and give it the key. And it's just a little bit longer than the previous one, right? Tried it, gave it the key, put that in the code. So when it calls it, client set fingerprint, 256 fingerprint.cstring, and that failed. So I don't know. I also tried making it insecure. Tried making it insecure, and that didn't work. That was another client.insecure. You could use the set known key method to specify the public key of a certificate in order to validate the server you're connecting to. Public key, set known key, new public key. What? Use the WebSocket from Library Manager. We started to look into that, and I got kind of confused because it wants you to set up like an Nginx server or whatever. That's this one. This is the one, I believe, from the actual Arduino library, although this is Lynx 2004, so I don't know. I don't see mention of 256 in here, but we were just reading through it. SSL is not natively supported in WebSocket server. However, it is possible to achieve secured WebSockets by running the device behind an SSL proxy. So it's like, I'm not doing that. So I don't know what to do. I think I'm going to wait for more people to arrive. The library that I'm using only supports SHA-1. And I guess that's why there was no mention. It's a live omission. So if I do SHA-256, ESP8266, dun 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 dun. Oh, and then my channel gets destroyed by the NFL Incorporated. CryptoLibs, SHA-256, SHA-256, CryptoLibs. IDE, install Arduino Core, apply the patch if you get an error. Think I should use that? Tiny WebSockets internal SHA-1 .hpp. So should I do this patch from some 9 years ago? Okay, hold on, get me out of here. I looked at the library it copied from, and it's also dead. Everything's so quiet. Docs, client secure, ESP8260. This is some other person's core. AES. SHA-1. SHA-256, 384, 512. Time to use MQTT. I mean, I don't understand why Burn the Subs didn't need any of this SSH stuff. Maybe we need to have a discussion about this, and we will hold our farts until later. I need to pick Fatadon's brain. I have so many windows open right now. 3 monitors was a huge mistake, but I need it. I mean, do I need to upgrade the fart box into an esp32? Or do I need to set up a Node-RED front end? I think I probably need to set up a Node-RED front end because that would be a lot easier for me to update. Yeah, Node-RED is probably the better way because I've been meaning to do it anyway. And that way I would have an easier front end to put everything into. Yeah, it gets all the authorization for everything. So it'll get subs, it'll get channel points, it'll get whatever else I need it to do, and then I can also use that to like turn on and off lights and switch scenes if I need to, because I already have all the flows in there. So maybe that's what I'll work on in the background. The generative design stuff got so complicated that I got overwhelmed. I'm still working on the model so that we can do generative design, but I need variety. I need more stuff on my plate. I need to do different weirder things. Yeah, I'll definitely poke your brain about this, Fat. Thank you for the help. I know you got to work. Okay, so what do I want to do today? I want to build a synthesizer module. We've been doing so much RC car stuff. I haven't even had time to clean off the table. The table's it's a mess. So let's start packing stuff up a little bit. There's a lot of snow on the ground. It's going to turn into rain, and then maybe things will actually clean up around here, and I'd get a chance to race the RC cars again, in which case I will pull all this stuff back out. But for right now, I would love to do that generative design and see if it'll be able to make like a spider web shaped like unibody for the entire RC car, where I just need to bolt in a couple things. That was a bit of a distraction. What I really should have been doing is finishing up some of the little 3D printed bits that would kind of take this thing in the right direction and getting all the electronics up. But, well, I don't race these RC cars in the snow. I think the Mario Kart might be able to handle snow, and if I made like a rock crawler, of course, that would be able to handle the snow as well. But instead, I'm going to clear the plate here, and we're going to do modular synthesizer stuff, because it's about time. But yeah, I'm sad that I've got to shelve this thing for a little bit. We're not just an RC car channel, you see. I can't do that. I can't just do that. So I'm going to pack away some of these alternative... They're not going to fit in there. I need like another bin. Do I have anything? You know what? I think I do. I think I have one of the sewing kit bins over here. RC Snow Tank. Don't you get started with me. You're not allowed to bad influence me. I'm the influencer. It's me. I'm the one calling the shots. I influence you, not the other way around. Did I use all the bins? I thought I had a couple blank ones. This is where most projects go to like be stored for a long time. I maybe need to go through these and weed out some stuff. There's a whole joystick sitting in one of these that I need to kind of reassemble. Where did the blank ones go? I thought I had like 2. I thought, and you may be shocked that I have the capability of doing so. This is for the Warthog project. Where's the blank one? I will find it. Oh, knobs and stuff I'll probably need in the near future. Right over there. I want to just kind of throw the RC car stuff into one of these and call it for the time being, because we'll come back to that. I'll work on that model on my own a little bit. Once I set up Node-RED as a front end for the shop's entire interactive layer, that'll be sort of the first stop shop. Dang it. Okay, I don't think I have any blank ones. I don't have anything to store anything in. You guys didn't see anything. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Here's a blank storage. Look at that, an empty storage bin. Snow melted and shorted the battery. Well, that's why you put your electronics in shrink wrap in the RC car world, because water happens. It's a wet world we live in. But yeah, I want to do the high speed trials with this. The new bumper doesn't let it sit in there. That would have been kind of cute if I could put the whole model into this box. That's a shame. The other one will fit, but let's just get all the RC car stuff that's sort of loose here into a bin so that I don't lose anything, like the main drive shaft bearing. The problem with running in cold temperatures is that lithium-ion batteries don't like being cold. They actually kind of hate it. And RC, like drone enthusiasts, I was thinking of a nice thing to call them, and that was the nicest thing I could get. Drone enthusiasts, as well as RC boats and stuff like that, they'll run heater bags. You'll have a bag where the battery is actually heating itself up in order to get the most out of your batteries. Because lithium ions like heat. They like to be warm. If you're cold, they're cold. Bring your lithium-ion batteries indoors. To the bin of forgotten product. Not forgotten! Not forgotten, not forgotten. I'm not forgetting. Not yet, anyway. Where did that puller go? Where did I put that? There it is. I had to buy a little RC gear puller for this. Yeah, it's so the generative stuff is really, really interesting, but it kind of overwhelmed me. I'm still working on that model, and I'm trying to build it into a sort of keep in this area kind of model. I don't need it to keep out, because then it won't look like an RC car when it's done. It'll look like discombobulated parts floating in space. I'd rather it still have the semblance of the frame going on. Oh, and then this thing that my brother got me for the holidays, for Christmas, it is a thermal imager, but it's really kind of terrible resolution. And so I would like to print a body for this thing, get a battery in it, because it's built for a battery, and then I can have the poop finder, 5000. This will be for finding poop when Willow poops in a tall grass, because she likes to poop where she's kind of like surrounded by stuff. She'll poop in a corner, or she'll go like in tall reeds, and so she'll park herself in the tall reeds and poop, and then I can't find it. I look around and I don't see anything, so I'd rather have definitive proof of where the poop is. So I want to print a whole body for this thing and put Poop Finder 5000 on it, and it'll be my poop finder. That's a fun one for another day. I need to find the poop. This is the battery that I think will fit in it. I'll tell you something. As somebody who just had to scrub their dog's butt with a paper towel not 2 hours ago, it does not. Because her butt is incredibly... It's situated very far in her fur. It's exceedingly difficult to get to. Wookiee syndrome. She also holds her tail down over it, because she's got a little nub of a tail, and she holds it downwards. So it's like her poop wiper. It ensures that stuff gets into her fur. And so I get the incredibly dignified task of scrubbing my dog's butt with a wet paper towel periodically. It's all glamour in dog ownership, I'll tell you. I've got like FPV stuff in here. Louis told me to buy an FPV camera, and I did. Another reason why I hate listening to you guys. I listened to him and I bought an FPV camera, and now I've got this FPV camera and no working car to put it in. All right, this goes to the I will definitely remember to work on this another day pile. Why it's a pile is beyond me. And then we go over here. The dingleberries. I call them butt crusties. I ain't got no shame. Oh, good. This camera's frozen. Well, you can see everything you need to here, except for this thing, my collection of Star Trek ornaments that I need to fix now, because I don't know what happened. There must have been a power surge. I need to go on eBay and buy the Enterprise D for my friends, if I can remember. Romulan Warbird, let go of this cable. I know you're up to something. This is a long-standing collection that we used to do every year. Oh yeah, let me get the fart button out of there. Here, I'll let you guys revel in these things. There was a power surge and it took them all out. The ones that talk don't talk no more. All right, where's Twitch? Where's my main Twitch window? Here we go. Go over to here, and let's go to... Oops, lost my mouse. Let's see. Manage rewards. Manage rewards and challenges. Random fart. And disable. I should make it like out of stock. Sorry, I'm just eating too good lately. Okay, I think that disabled it. Of course, I still have it. Did that work? Do you guys not have Yeah, that tells me that you still have it. Hold on. See, it has enabled and cost, but I can't mess with it. I could delete it entirely. Oh, it's a big checkbox. There we go. Now it's off. It's a big checkbox. That's a weird format. Okay, there's no update button, so I guess that probably happened. Now it's gone. Cool. All right. Yeah, it's instant. It's nice that it's instant. Okay, cool. Yeah, this collection is like a treasured thing, and I'm really sad that something happened and now none of them work. This one's from like 1994, I think. And I don't. Some of them have like evidence of melting, but I mean these are 220 volt, 115 volt things. Where's the one that I think Voyager melted? Yeah, Voyager has like scorch marks, which is what Voyager should have. Voyager should have returned a total piece of shit with all these patched up pieces of like hull work and stuff. But no, it came back pristine because replicators. But yeah, anyway, big piece of damage on this right there where the lamp is. And there's no real visible way to get into these. I think most of these are, oh yeah, and the nacelles are melted too. So like, what happened to you? Who hurt you? No DS9. Was DS9 one of them? I know, it's not a complete collection. We have this piece of shit, which is from one of the TNG movies. The dumbest fucking... It's just like a toy.exe. We got some good ones in here. I wonder how complete the collection is. I should probably look that up. This is Movie Enterprise 1701E. Anyway, I mean, we've got the Delta Flyer, and this one says hi to you in War Crimes. I mean, Captain Janeway. Anyway, let me put these aside. Put these aside. Voyager doesn't have Janeway's voice on it. The Delta Flyer does. This one has Spock, although I don't think the messaging works anymore. This one has the worst Borg. It's horrifying. A neighbor's mowing his lawn right now. There's snow covering the grass and it's 37 degrees. Dementia. How far gone do you have to be? All right, I'm gonna put these on a hook or something. Okay, modular synthesizers. So I've been building off and on at this point a modular synthesizer. And of course, Julian and Dave are still in contact about stuff that they want to work on. Julian has a couple broken modules. Dave has, of course, his M303. Dave's also trying to get a, he's trying to get a 3D printer. And I think he's going with Bamboo Labs. Guy's in his 40s. What's that like? All right, so let's get this out of the way. Dave's stuff is still sitting over in this corner. We need to do more hardcore reverse engineering on it. We figured out what one of the other chips is, and I've got those chips now. I need to integrate them into the rest of my collection, but yeah, all that stuff we need to find a place for my 3D printer. The Bamboo Labs is a solid printer. I assume Dave is probably researching the right stuff, but I was telling him like the primary things you're going to be dealing with is filament sticking and bed leveling are like the two most frustrating things. Now the Bamboo Labs should be all primed up and ready to go, but it's probably going to take a little bit to get running. But he was concerned about keeping filament dry, and I'm like, that's the last thing you need to worry about with a new printer. Printer all the way over there. I had to put it back. I have it on a filing cabinet. It's on the racquetball legs, and it's sitting, or squash ball legs, and it's sitting on a filing cabinet that has very smooth wheels so that I can move it around the shop if I need to. Most everything new in this shop is going to have wheels under it. So any big, the speed of it, is it like super duper fast? Quad level gantry, holy shit. Yeah, I can't get any faster with the printer in the design that I have, a bed slinger design. I would have to go to a different overall philosophy, I guess. I would like to build a CNC. We have all the parts. Remember, I was trying to burn the subs on the 20 millimeter rails, the 20 millimeter extrusions. And so I decided to rehash linear bearings for burn the subs over there. And in doing so, we kept it on MakerBeam. And so I've got all of the 20 millimeter railing stuff sitting around. And I have enough stuff to make the XY and maybe even make it in a really cool manner. I mean, I don't know if I want to use servo motors on it or not. Would it be an advantage to use 3-phase servo motors, servo hobby motors? Maybe. Yeah, Voron is pretty crazy. Voron goes super fast. Look, the prints that I'm doing, like flat plate prints and stuff, they don't take that long. If I keep the parts kind of small, my latest 3D printer triumph was these things. Bunch of little gray pins. What these do is they hold the wheels on the basket of the dishwasher. The dishwasher has a plastic piece that has this hollow axle, and the wheel goes over that, and then the pin snaps on and keeps that wheel in place. So this thing, and the question was, does PETG withstand the heat cycling? And it seems to, because the axle is taking all of the brunt of the force. This is here just to make sure the wheels don't pop off when you pull the tray in and out. And when you pull the tray in and out, it should be cool enough that this is not at a softening temperature. So that was a good thing. The 2.4 is down. Oh, because you're upgrading it. Do you have an additional 3D printer, right? You have something to tide you over in the meantime. All right, let's get to modules. The generative design stuff has had my head spinning for a little bit. So, and it's supposed to be easier. It's just we bit off quite a big bite, and so I need a bit of a break from that. And so we're going to build a sequencer module. And I have all the stuff, basically this stuff. We've got a DAC, an esp32, and an OLED screen. What else do we need? Let's gather some parts. Bonk. And then I'll have to figure out Node-RED and hooking up to the Twitch API. Oh, you have multiple backups. Damn. That must be nice. I don't have room. I'm thinking about building a CNC, and it's like, where do I put it? I don't know, but I need it. I definitely need it, because like, I want to be able to cut all of the front panel for this synthesizer out of carbon fiber. I want to do that. I really want it. The 3D printed gray is cool and all, but if it was built out of carbon fiber, that's cool. And I know where to get, $35 a sheet matte carbon fiber that's genuine carbon fiber. So the 3D printers, they're not too big. I mean, obviously I'm doing all this brewing on the brewing table. That's basically just the stage where Julian and Dave can set up their equipment. Hopefully we'll get them in here soon. I'm hoping to do that. I'm hoping to get them in here. Everybody's busy. And I've been especially swamped. I need to do like medical appointments and like make sure that like government stuff is handled, so Uncle Sam doesn't just like fucking arrest me. I've just had like, I don't know, I've fallen into a pit of not doing all of the maintenance stuff that I'm supposed to be doing, and as you can see, things start breaking around here when when that happens. Yeah, NEMA something or other. I actually have a hobby like outrunner motors that are for like big models. They were expensive. They're actually the ones that people use with the O drive to make the DIY dog robot thing. And you can slap an encoder on the back of them and hook them up to an expensive controller, and they will be incredibly smooth, really, really nice servos and powerful. And so the question is like, what do I want to do with them? I'm turning you down because I need to write very important test cases for work. This is responsible chatting, chat. Don't let me get you in trouble in work, because I certainly would have gotten me in trouble in work, just with all of the different conversations and the interesting stuff going on. So I applaud this. Moog steppers with encoders. That sounds nice. I have all kinds of parts sitting over there in the drawers, and we're going to see what we need. Totally not procrastinating writing papers. I was terrible at writing papers. I think somebody should have taught me how to outline properly, and I probably should have paid attention when they did. Okay, so we have two options for this project. You guys are also doing it to me. You're completely distracting me. DIY Eurorack, Modular Synth, LFO, VCO. I do need those. RYTH Matic. It's like Euclidean rhythm generator. That would be pretty cool to build. Euclidean rhythm sequencer, though, I think is something that we may want to look at. Arduino Nano based, though. Wait a minute. I don't know if we have all the parts for this one. Working documents. Yes, this is not going to be easy. So I could translate the page, but this one uses an Arduino Nano, not an ESP32. It is cheap, and this is a rhythm sequencer. I only have the one Nano, the one that we programmed to work as... Obviously, I could get more Nanos, but this one does look pretty easy, though, given the amount of stuff. And there's no DAC on it, or ADC. Look at that, just resistors and stuff. I need a schematic. Where's the schematic? Oh, here it is. So yeah, that's easy peasy. Look at that one. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know if I have to use a Nano. Does this one have a screen? Yeah, SDA and SCL. What do I want to do? I wanted to use the ESP32 on it, though. We could always use a port expander. Euclid is on the block. What does Euclid have to do with synth? Teensy 4 is going to be too powerful for this. Teensy 3. I don't think any of the Teensy lineup is really under the gun here. I don't know what that board is. Pro Mini. I think that one's dead. Definitely not a... I mean, a Pico Pi is a couple dollars, so you could use that, but this is a lot of microcontroller. An ATtiny 85 with a port expander would probably be able to handle this. Just marketing, it sounds cool. Look, man, you'll have to translate the Japanese on this one, because I have no idea. I can't read any of this webpage. I don't know. But I'm gonna build it. So the question is like, okay, I may have a Nano. I don't think I have a working Nano. I have Pro Minis, which are essentially just Nanos. Euclidean did something with math, and rhythm is math. So there you go. There's your answer. You look it up. You tell me. If we want to do the rhythm generator, that's the path for the rhythm generator. If I do the other one, which would be the other type of... What is the other type of thing? It's the... And the VCO is another idea, but... Arithmetic. Oh, this is a kit. Are they selling kits? Should I be buying their kits? All right, let's keep looking then. The other one was a VCO. $7. Arduino Nano and 809833. Where's the ESP one? Which one? Wait, blah, 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 blah. Hold on, let me go back to my DMs here and find, because SpeedyCat linked me to these. They're cool kits because, like, they're easy stuff to find. Like this is the basic stuff that everybody's using. But these involve the ESP32. So let me see if I can find this. Let me see if I can find it. I gotta scroll back through like a million different things. Gotta be around here somewhere. Because yeah, I remember specifically it was the ESP32 that had a couple different of these thingy wingies. Scrolling, still scrolling. That's all I do these days. I just scroll. What is this? No. We're getting back to the territory where it's struggling to load stuff. Oh, you could just look through the, oh, here it is. Touch modules. I don't think that's, what is this one? Arduino Nano. Solder state. DIY $5 logic by ChatGPT. And that would be a VCO. OpenAI programming Arduino. Oh, I see. He has it programming an Arduino logic modules, 10 mode, blah, 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 working document. I'm going to sneeze. Wow, that was a powerful one. I guess we can translate it to English. Or Zor. So you have settings that you can choose. This is not probably the one that 65th work of my own modular synth. OpenAI's ChatGPT has suddenly started to become a hot topic. Seems that AI will answer questions in a QA style. I heard that they can also write simple programs. Oh, so they're using it to program this thing, and I guess it's just like a logic thing. But it's not like GPT. And they're using a nano again. This person loves their nanos, even though nanos are like so obsolete. Where's the ESP32 one? DIY VCO? That's somebody else doing this one. Saw, triangular, etc. Yeah, I'm looking for the one that uses ESP32. Keller Dev. Arduino programs. Nope, still doing that. Scrolling up more. Yeah, well, the nano. 100 type DSP multi-effect. Not quite. Not quite. This one is RP2040 cord VCO, which is pretty cool. DIY $9 cord VCO. There we go. So we're making a cord VCO. What did I say in the title? Did I get it wrong? Nope. I just said ESP32 module. Yeah, so we're doing the $9 DIY Eurorack synth cord VCO in my own sort of style of building stuff. And these nano ones I would like to explore later maybe, but at the moment we'll build this one. Although this one doesn't have a screen. Where's the one with the screen? Why did I buy a screen? RPi VCO. I just keep finding more and more of these projects. These are very appealing. Maybe we're not using the screen today. Biofeedback control voltage. Oh my god. Why did I buy the screen? I guess maybe the screen was just in the orders, and I don't remember. I think I bought it as like an alternative screen with the what do you call it? Ornamentations and crimes. So yeah, anyway, we're gonna do ESP32 and we're gonna make the RP2040 VCO. No, that's the wrong one. The cord VCO that uses, oh no, this is the seed Xi. Okay, so we can do either of these. I kind of want to build the cord VCO. I think the cord one sounds a little bit more interesting. Yeah, cord VCO. I don't know how that works, but I think that'll be an interesting build. So I've got all the parts up here, not including the screen. We'll put that in here. I'm gonna need one of these. And how many outputs? Working on an esp32 project using esp32 at work. It's a pretty nice environment to work in. I've never done anything with it, so we'll see what we have, if I've got what's coming for me. Looking at the instructions, and I clearly know exactly what I'm looking at here. Maybe we don't want chord VCO. Maybe we just want a VCO in general. Arduino wrapper rather than the full IDF. Huh, that sounds kind of cool. All right, we'll do the normal VCO and translate that into English and see what we get here. Zio RP2040 equipped with Raspberry Pi RP2040. This is a memorandum. This is my 53rd. Oh my God. So I did a survey and people said to do this. So first things first, I want to get the 3D printer running with this. So what I'm going to do is take a look at what the front panel electronics are, and we're going to make the panel and start that printing. I think I could probably get away with the Pro Mini on some of these things. Elon Snusk. I always laugh when I see that. Hey, thank you so much for subbing for 2 months with Prime. I appreciate that Prime. You got to take that Prime directly out of Jeff Bezos' mouth. I assure you, he knows when it happens. Okay, so back to this view, and I'll get you guys nice and close to the circuitry here. There's the RPi 2040s. Now this thing, probably with a port expander, I mean, well, not even this, even like an Atmega 328 or any of the other chips, like they have enough outputs to do the sort of Euclidean stuff. So that's great motivation. Yeah, I know. You just listen, like you could let him have that coffee cup or not coffee cup, you know, cup of coffee. Those are getting expensive. But yeah, from a street truck, like, you know, on his way to work, he gets his coffee from his, I don't know anything about him, actually, to be honest. I really don't know. I know he looks like a security guard. Seed Studios released a small microcontroller board called Seed Zio RP2040. 80 converter has 4 pins. I thought it would be possible to create a VCO with the minimum configuration, which kind of a cool little project, right? So we've got this thing, and we have our DAC, which is the, hell if I know. I actually have to go to the microscope, which is not, oh, the visual, I haven't gotten the microscope primed. MCP 4725. Now, is that the one that they're asking for here? MCP. Oh, nope, guess not. What's the schematic? Oh, so we just have like a TL072. They have a 6232 going directly out of the thing. Okay, that's pretty cool. 33 volt, probably 3.3 volts. I thought it said 33. RP2040 Arduino MicroPython CircuitPython, so it does all kinds of cool stuff. Same as Raspberry Pi Pico. Pi Pico has 3 ADD converters. Zio is 4. Holy shit. That's for a couple dollars? Man. This is totally doable. Hopefully I have all the caps. So we're going to need headers, caps, and diodes. Are those diodes? I think those are diodes on there. Diode, cap. He's using the 5 volts from the rail. I think I have, yeah, I can convert that to 5 volts. What do I have? 7805. I think I've got some stuff that's a little better than that, but we don't want it to be too crazy. We don't need insane stuff. What is its output though? Because this is a VCO. So he's got this on 5 volts to 0. Huh. 3-state toggle switches. I just ordered toggle switches. And then we have all of our ins and outs. 10K potentiometer, I have that. 2 of them. All right. 10 microfarads. Push switch. We've already got his code. Made the code. This should be really easy. 220, 220, 10F, 10F. All right, so I guess we should make a front panel. And for that, I'm going to need to figure out what the width of this thing is. And I guess I can kind of just dead reckon it, although we could also go off a 0.1 inch space board like this. I think I have some of this stuff lying around. How many? 3U. 3U, 6 HP size. All right, so let's start with a 3U panel. And for that, I need to open up Fusion. The only reason I don't already have Fusion 360 open is I shut this computer down in order to take the middle monitor to a LAN party. At the end of the LAN parties that we were doing, my eyes were ready to fall out of their sockets because I was on a 1080p monitor, and so everything was just a little bit blurry, and it really messed with me. I was getting headaches at the end of the LAN parties, so I got this new monitor with the premise that I would be bringing it to the LAN parties, but also use it here, because now that I'm also streaming to YouTube, because they let me do it, and that automatically uploads my VODs, because of that, I can now... Sorry, because of that, I had to shut this computer down, so that's why Fusion isn't running. I've been getting a little overwhelmed with all the stuff that I need to be doing. I need to... Yeah, it was only 1080p. It was bad. It was bad for my eyes. I need to get back to uploading videos. I'm still scheduled to the beginning of February, but the beginning of February is getting close. It's the 23rd. I think I've burnt all of my extra uploads, and now I need... Like, tomorrow, I need to sit down and do more than 3. Why did no? The computer glasses weren't necessary. I just did this. Like, I just got a new monitor, and it's much higher resolution. It's much better. I'm not getting the headaches anymore because I'm not using a monitor from 20 years ago, 10 years ago. We played Valheim the entire time. We have a new bass that's turned out really, really well. Okay, modular synth stuff. Mod synth stuff. Is that a folder? I know that's a folder. Where did it go? It's gone. I don't know. Some of them have different logos. Mod synth project. 3D print. There it is. Okay, so we are starting a new module, which gets a new folder. So boop. And then this one is called... Okay, it just apparently decided to... RP2040 VCO. Where'd new folder go? No. New folder. RP2040 VCO. VCO. We're not just starting with RP2040 VCO. I'm starting with 10U. And I'm going to save it as into the RP20 VCO. LMNOPQR. RP2040 VCO, 10U VCO. That's actually 6U. All right, now instead of using variables, I left this up to... Oh, let it do its thing. So instead of leaving this up to variables, I actually have the ability to change the equation for the width. And that is 10 times 5.08 times 1, because it's Fusion does its math weird. So if I turn that to 6, that's our 6U panel, and that's where we're starting from. So to that, I am going to add a sketch, and I'm going to figure out where all the stuff goes. And I'll do a new sketch because it tends to be kind of sloppy. All right, so now we need to figure out where all of our stuff is going. And by the looks of it, we're going to be having one PCB. We could do standoffs, but I don't think we need to. We do one PCB with all the stuff sticking out of the front. And so we need to figure out what that PCB is going to look like. We have a maximum width that we can do, and then I can match it to one of these full PCBs here. That might limit us a little bit on our right and left space, but I'll be able to put everything together in a pretty restricted space because we'll be using surface mount stuff. Where did all my windows go? There we go. So reminder, what is my what is my width? 30.48. 30.48. $30.17. We have a winner. Except the height of this thing is fairly restricted. Although I could probably make it work. What is the height of the Euro rack? We have 10 centimeters on either end, so I need to mark that down actually. So I need to do this and make it a construction and then do 10. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. 10. And that is the clearance for the rack itself. Here. Ah, yes, just from a random location. I want to get this printing first because this will take like an hour, and then we'll have it by the time, you know, we do the rest. 10. Okay, and then just for measurement's sake, I'll put a sketch line from here to here. That's 109 centimeters. So 109 centimeters on the clock. Giggity. All right, so we got 69. We can make that work. We're not using the DAC because this thing already has one, and we'll be placing this, who knows. So let me get a power input module and let's start finding some of our hardware. Because we'll place it on the PC, we'll place it on the PCB, and that way I can get measurements of where everything goes. And I guess we can put it in the center, I guess. Some of the stuff on the panel is switches, and so the switches could just plug into everything else. This. These three need to be plugs. Those could plug in. That's a weird layout. PHP hell. Oh no. These could actually, they're 10Ks, so those could just go on the board itself. And then 10 centimeters up from the bottom, we could do the 3 sockets. The switches will have to mod into the board. The LED, of course, is a no-brainer. And then fold FM AM button. Like this stuff in the middle this is what's annoying. This stuff in the middle is stuff that I would prefer standing alone because they've got varying widths. And then the stuff at the bottom and the top are the things that I want holding the two halves of everything together. Our PCB is not tall enough necessarily. Maybe I could find a taller one. See if I can find a taller PCB out of these generic. I don't want to cut and you know, file down a PCB today. I'd rather just have what I need. That's the same height. God damn it. Why is that the same height? No, I think these might be a little bit taller, but they're not. There's not enough room on them for me to do anything. Could always put a PCB to a PCB like that and have it. No. No, 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 no. Don't press your luck. All right, well, we're pretty much stuck with this board, which is fine. I can work within this restriction. We can figure it out. I don't want to move the switches because it's kind of like having fold FM AM and octave up top would be a little weird. And then out in the lower left is just a logical choice. Okay, so let's find our doodads. We need two 10K ohm potentiometers. Where all those switches and buttons go? Oh yeah, those are over here. Those are over here. So I need 2 switches that are 3-position switches. Well, that's these. So 2 of these. I had to order new ones because we've been doing modular synthesizer stuff so much lately that. Wait a second. Ah, these were supposed to be. I ordered the wrong stuff. It turns out that these are DPDT instead of SPDT and DPDT. So I've got blue flavor and I've got red flavor. And there's no difference between the two. On. Made in China. Hot sale, it says on this. MTS. Neither of these have the DPDT or DPST or anything like that labeled. Darn. Okay. Well, those are those. Unless I have an alternative sitting over here. Doesn't really look like it. Now, okay. So that's, I guess we'll just have more switch for our switch. And then let me get the other bin of synthesizer parts. Where are those? Those should be easy to find. Is that this one? No. Nope. 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 Okay. Just looking at the bins to the left of the bench. I think I have, yeah, this one is dedicated to all the synthesizer stuff. And let's see, I mean, I would love to use up some of these guys, especially if this is going directly to the board, and I'll just put a knob over top of it. That makes it so that I'm actually using up some of the parts that I want to use up, but I'm only using 2. I'm writing an update for a driver that's going into an open source software, and they're really anal about things. Well, better that that's 103, so it's a 10K. I guess it's better that they get you now instead of having something go totally south. I only have one. We're going to have to use the big boys on this one. And those are various values. These are also 10Ks, and they're very nice 10Ks. What are the ones with a slightly longer? 104. It doesn't actually matter if it's 10K or 100K, because we are just swinging it from 5 volts to 0. So I could use these. Yeah, that's also 104. Yeah, let's use these instead. I'm going to use these because they're... Well, actually, it could also... What about these guys? I think these are 1M. That's 100K. Let's go with these. Will these interface with... Oh, these are all the same length. Oh, look at that. So that, I mean, while it does interface, it blocks the whole entire thing. I thought they were longer. So that's a 10K. That's a 10K. Will that be able to go all the way through, or do I need to use the longer ones? Because we're going to have a 3D printed front panel, and it should sit at the height of the... Like, that one pokes through enough. Yeah, I think that's enough. It's not a lot, but it's enough that I should be able to use it. And it, push comes to shove, I could always gap the hole for like this knob and have a big gaping opening on the thing, except when you put the knob in, then everything looks like it fits. So yeah, we'll use these. That's 104. Doesn't matter because it's used as a voltage divider, but still, we should have equal value. 103. There are little numbers on them, and it's 104, 103, or it gives the entire resistance of the whole thing. Oh, and sockets. I need 1, 2, 3 sockets. And then I need a button of some kind. And I think what I'm going to do is use a tactile button, because that'll fit a little bit better. And I don't need all the panel mounting stuff. I don't need all the panel mounting stuff. I can basically just have a hole in the panel, and then the tactile button will poke through. Problem is that method has used up a lot of my longer tactile buttons out of the kit. I should probably not stack boxes right there. Let's just put that to the side for now, and I'll get my tactile buttons out of the bins. Out of the bins, because this is now where we're going to get most of our stuff. We can use a through hole, I guess, but it needs to be the 5-volt version. So do we have... These are LMs and NEs. JRC 4558. We can put in, we can actually modify the circuit to take plus minus 12 volts, because we have the other schematics to draw on. We have basically the, if it's a 3.3 volt microcontroller, so we can use some mutable instrument schematics and, you know, just use their latest, and we'll use the chip they use in order to make what is this supposed to be? VCO. So whatever the VCO output is supposed to be, we'll just take the thing that's outputting Euro rack voltages from, you know, from the whatever. Well, you'll see what I do. I've got all these op amps over here too. I have tons of surface mount op amps, but I don't need them. We're going to use through hole for this because this is just a dinky little circuit. Now, presumably this is only going to take one stream for me to do. Finding parts might be the worst part about this. What was I doing? I was looking for... buttons. Buttons. Because we're trying to get a hardware layout so that we can make the front panel. The sooner I find buttons, the better. There's buttons. So, oh, there's no latch on this one. Good, good. The longest one that this has is still too short. I need longer ones than this, because I don't think that's gonna, unless I open it up, I open up the, oh no, never mind, here's a long one. I need to buy more. I always need to buy more stuff, it seems. These kits are just as expensive as buying the individual parts. But the problem is I'm then left with a bunch of like buttons that I don't need to do anything with. Unless I make panels, make a new Euro rack that's full of panels that are just circuit boards, and they're all buttons that'll control things in the shop. So my full setup will have tactile buttons. Hurt your fingers though. They're not good for something like that. I would have bruises on my hands after each stream. Okay, so tactile button hole for that. 2 switches. We'll use the reds. 2 red switches. Those are going to be hard to mount. I don't know how I'm going to do that at the moment, but we'll figure it out. Once we get all our hardware in one place, I can actually like measure things. Hold on, we got to organize this. I threw up. So these are the kinds that have the little locking thing. So we'll draw from other switches that I have and use all that locking hardware, because this also helps us do the height of the switch and match the sockets in height. I can see why they didn't send these already sorted out. I really don't need this. Although I should keep them together, because these will go in a bin. I don't know how these, quality-wise, how these compare to the old ones. The ones that I'd previously been using were from stuff from like the 90s, like the early 90s, from Radio Shack, stolen from Radio Shack in the early 90s. Don't know how they compare, because you know somebody's cutting costs. They're about as expensive for the whole pack of them as you would buy like one from DigiKey. Although now they're probably cheaper now. They're probably cheaper now. Radio Shack's trying to come back by selling $5 keyboards for $30 and just adding Radio Shack's name to it. Oh, branded stuff. Radio Shack headphones were the paradigm of discomfort back in the day. You could not go any lower by going with Radio Shack headphones. I guess that applies to Radio Shack anything. It's just if you broke a connector or you needed shrink wrap, they were there. That was one of the decisions behind using Ethernet on some of the projects that I used, is that if you just jump to like a random, if you're traveling with your kit and you've got your whole stage setup going, you need to be able to repair that thing on the spot 100%, because it has to work. There is no excuse. If it doesn't work, your reputation is dead. So I used Ethernet in a lot of places because you could just go to Radio Shack, although you can't go to Radio Shack anymore. You gotta find some other place and buy Ethernet, and then you could repair stuff. This is obnoxious. Organizing these switches is very annoying. Why did you not come pre-assembled? Otherwise I can't keep the parts together. I'll lose all the parts. Solve the problem by not having a Radio Shack near me, moving to your Micro Center. That's not solving the problem, because you're on the go. You're in the field. You're at a performance. You're in a field in the middle of New York State, and the closest thing is a shitty hoagie shack. That's the 20-minute drive. You can go 40 minutes to the nearest strip mall where there's a Best Buy. So you are limited. Micro Center is one of the most amazing stores that exists today. Micro Center has computers stuff, obviously. It's basically one of the few surviving computer stores, retail computer stores, but they also have a big section that's dedicated to Arduinos. They got a little bit of robotics stuff there. They've got some repair stuff. They have all of your They have CDRs. They used to have a huge section dedicated to CDRs, but they are a national chain, and if you're anywhere near one, I would suggest going because they match internet prices. Do they have ham radio stuff? I'm not sure, actually. Most of it was Arduino stuff. I don't know. I would assume there must be, but that's like a look on the website kind of thing. I don't know. Closest Micro Center is in Colorado and a 30-hour drive. You guys used to have Fry's Electronics, which was essentially, well, it's very similar. It's just Micro Center decided to focus on some of the Brainiac stuff, which I really applaud. But they were always good for, like, if you needed to buy a monitor, they had all the good stuff there. And so you could go there and look at the monitor before you bought it instead of just going on specifications. Very, very useful store. Every time I pass by there, I try to buy something from them. And whenever I am, what do you call it? Whenever, when Burn the Subs was in full bore, Burn the Subs had a Raspberry Pi blowout at one point. And so that day, I hauled off to Micro Center, bought 2 or 3, I think, back when they were cheap, and I was able to get back home in time to start stream on time. No, nobody has Fry's anymore. They have the parts you can use to build a ham radio. You can build a ham radio out of a diode. There are some projects out there where I've seen some very irresponsible use of RF amplifiers, which are illegal. Alrighty. I'm trying not to stress myself out today. That's all the front panel parts. So, except for the LED, which we'll plan for. I have another bin full of LEDs. We don't need to worry about it right now. So we have 3 of these, which have to be panel mounted. We have 2 of these, which I can replace with panel mounted stuff. We have a button, which has to be panel mounted. I have it. What are you doing out of your containment? What are you doing out here? You're not supposed to be here. And then we're not using the DAC, even though I bought the DAC. We'll have to find the projects that use that DAC. They probably use it with the Arduino Nano. Caravos, how's it going? That's a sight for sore eyes. So it's 1, 2. Kind of want to keep it away from the edge. Keep them evenly spaced. This one had previously been soldered in something. A little bit of overlap at the bottom there, but... And then 3 goes up here. Just like that. Should be pretty good. It's just that the 2 switches go here. No, they go here, and then the button goes here, and then the LED is here. So I could sleep schedule. Fun times. I'm good. I'm feeling good today. I mean, these don't really mount in there anyway, but I don't want to use my fancy, because we could just drill out, we can drill out the board. I don't want to use my fancy, what do you call it? Potentiometers, the ones that lock into the front panel. Although, wait, if I use these, that means that I need to do a screw post, which not hard to do, but I want to avoid doing that, at least for now. Later modules, I want to use up some of these cheapo parts, especially with the digital stuff, because they don't need a super high quality 10K potentiometer. That would be these. These are 10K and 10K. These would be what I would normally use. Let's see. I could also use some of these, which are cheaper. Those are audio, so those have logarithmic scales. But this is a variety pack for these 2. It actually doesn't matter what value they are, because they're swinging from 0 to 3.3, and all they're doing is doing a voltage divider. That's 20K. Yeah, I'm going to use 2 20Ks, because I'm a rebel. Two 20Ks. All right, so those will sit at the top. And then our maximum is 109 millimeters. What does that come out to in Celsius? Alexa, what's 109 millimeters in Celsius? (220.2 Fahrenheit). All right. So then if you put that into the conversion table, it's about 4.5 inches. The Fahrenheit to millimeter. See, those are going to stick out quite a bit. We're going to have to drill out the pins for these. Where does that one go? That one goes here and here, and then our button goes here. Where's our button? Oh, button goes here. There, there, and there. And then I can do, I guess I could do one on, one off. It would have to be one on and one off. Actually, the front panel is really going to help us build this thing. Okay, cool. So now we just figure out what the spacing is going to be on these things. So the front of this thing is 5.6, a weird number. I'll call that 6. And then these are 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13. So they're 13 apart. And then the height from the bottom, (24, 22, 20, 19, 18). So 18, 13. And then height from the bottom of the PCB. I like to actually make the PCB in the model so that I know where it is. I don't know if we need to go that far with this. How am I going to do this? How am I going to measure this? I need something that like, I need like alternative calipers for all these weird measurements that I make. I'm going to call that 7. We'll call it 7 from the bottom. So the way that I like to do these is I like to go into Fusion and then I like to make the PCB over here. And so I'll just do a center box, a center rectangle in dotted lines, and I make my rectangle the PCB size. So I'm going to go with 30 by 70. So 30, 70. That's our PCB. And we're going to make it off center a little bit. So I don't know how that's going to work. First, I'm going to go from the bottom of the PCB and I'm going to go up to our first 2 holes that are going to be 13 apart from one another on the center line. So I guess we're going to need a center line. That seems to be a primary placement feature. Center to center, that'll do. And then we are going, well, I guess I could just do the height separately. Oh no, we're not on the center line for this. We're going up to a spot, and then I guess we're going from the center. So really, I only need one line on this. I need one line in the middle. That's this. And I'm going up, I believe it was 7. Well, actually, it was 7 to the edge of the device, not to the hole. I'm only concerned with the holes. You can quote me on that. Please don't quote me on that. The center of the 6mm hole is at the center of the row. So we are at 10.76. Like if you look, look over here. Wow, that frame rate is really suffering. I gotta prime this camera. So I'm going to go ahead and say that that hole is at that location right there. Now these holes are how big? The delay is really bugging me. This would be better done with a drill bit. So if those are 1 millimeter, this is come on. 10.5. So it's 11 millimeters to that center, which is where I want to be. All right. So 11 millimeters. Why does it say 16? Where am I typing these ones into? I gotta focus this window again. I was typing 11s into OBS. Hopefully that doesn't affect anything. 11 millimeter up to there. And then since it is centered on the holes and we don't have a center hole. Oh, look at that. So we will have to add, now these are 0.1 inch spaced, so that's gonna be a weird number. So this one from the, I mean, I could measure it from the outer edge. That might be the way to go. 8 millimeters, so it'd be 8.5 from the edges. Or I take 17 subtracted by 30. 30 minus 17. Where's my calculator? 30. No, that doesn't work out. Wait a minute, that's not the right thing. How can I do this? Well, 8.5 from the, see, I measured it from the wrong side. I wanted to figure out how far they were from the center. Let's delete this, delete this, delete it, just get it out of here. So this would be 11. And it's a chance that that doesn't link in over here, and it didn't. Of course it didn't. And now it doesn't do it at all for me. That's just wonderful. Oh, there it goes. Okay, cool. So now 8.5 in from the edge. This is just, I'm just doing it weird. 8.5. It's actually good that I know this number because the next one is going to be... Oh, wait, no, it isn't. Actually, I don't want to base the one above this on this one, just in case I need to move stuff around. So I'll go from the outer edge here to whatever row the next one's on, and then we add 1/2 because they're 1 millimeter holes. And so I go from the edge to this one, reduce that a little bit, 28.2. That's got to be a weird number. It's got to be a weird number. 28.27. So I'll just add 1/2 to that. 28.27 plus 0.5. It's getting cursed. Sometimes you got to do these things iteratively. Okay, that's attached. So now we go in 8.5 from there. And then these will get 6.2 holes. Let's make it 6.4. I'll have to see what numbers I used on the other drawings. And then this one. Okay, so above that one is the button. The fusion part of this. Watch this take all of my time. Above mod is oct. An oct is an arbitrary distance surrounded by 2 switches. So let's figure out what that's going to be, and we'll just get numbers for these. Yeah, I'll just do it like this. Now, that's too close together. Give them a little room to breathe. And then the button, I'll put it right here. I'm gonna have to drill holes for these switches too. Let me just see here. I gotta get close. Yeah, these are like off by just a little bit. They're not quite on the holes. So there's gonna be a lot of drilling that has to go on to make this happen. This is gonna be a tough thing for me to measure too. All right, let's see. always so ridiculous. I could make a 3D model of the circuit board and then... No, not doing that. Should I install the stuff and then that'll hold it in place so I can measure it? Because it'll be potentiometer. Now we're 109, right? I should probably install the stuff and then I can get the measurements from there. So 109, and then if I'm using the whole, I bought the whole modular synthesizer, I'm going to use the whole modular synthesizer. Those two up top. Now what, the distance from there down, we need to have an approximate idea. Let me get the, more rulers, I need more rulers. So the first one is at 15, and the second one is at 40. So 15 and 40 for my, I believe, 5mm holes. Let's open up a mutables front panel. Let's see. This would be, well, actually the which one was it? The X4046 uses these parts, so some, not all, but I can just get some widths here and some distances for the screw thingy-majig. Although these don't have that. Yes, they do. Yeah, they do. Okay. Well, anyway, let's measure this one. 7.2. So we go, oh, it's 15 from the top, actually. So we would need 109 from there. So I'm going to just make a line and go 109. And that'll be the center line that we'll use to locate this back onto the panel. So from there, I go down 15. And I make a hole that is 7.2. 7.2. And then I make one that's 40. That's a construction line. There's a lot of overlap and a lot of weird stuff going on here. I should set up like a grid system for this, for these things. .2. Now, what is the distance down from that I go in order to make the little tab that'll keep the potentiometer from spinning? That would be 5.5, and the hole is 1. That's the radius. I'm looking at the wrong number. 2. Wait a minute. 2R equals D. 5.5. 2. You can kind of turn your brain off and do this kind of work. It's great. When you know how to use this stuff, it's a nice little relaxing afternoon of worrying about the numbers that you put in. 5.5. I don't mean to still be doing CAD work on stream on the time when I'm taking a break from CAD work, but it's part of this too. It's part of the build. Okay, so there's those two. Now we don't know where the button is, and we don't know where the two switches is. We should probably install them, because I think I want to put a 3mm LED above this thing. RP2040 used a 3mm LED, I believe, yes, and so this is 3.2. I'm going to make it exactly 3mm because I want it to be a press fit. I don't think this one was a press fit. So I'm going to do a 3mm hole a certain height above this, because I think it is indicating what that one is doing. Double check on that one. I don't know what you're doing, LED. Doesn't really look like an LED. Is it an LED? Oh, there's Zener diodes. I guess that's how they're regulating the ins and outs in order to protect everything. 10K, 10K, bop, bop, button. 6 volts, 10NF, 10NF. More Zeners. I'm going to open this in a new window. That way we'll have access. I just closed it. I just closed it. I closed it. I ain't see no LED. Where's your LED? We're going to have to redesign the output stage so that we're using 12 volts, and then we're going to have to redesign, we're going to have to design a power input depending on what this thing can handle. I don't want to use the 5-volt rail. I don't want to have to do this. Turning off my brain is why I became an ME. I don't know, man. I stress about the mechanical stuff. I guess nowadays the computers are doing everything, huh? They teach you all the math so that you're not totally out of sorts. But there's an what am I high? What's going on here? Is that a screw post? And I don't recognize the fastener? That looks like an LED. Does that not look like an LED? I submit that that looks like an LED. That's a screw. Is it a potentiometer? No. Is that a screw? What are you? What are you? I feel like I can see the internals of the LED in there. I think it's a bidirectional LED, but it's not in the schematic. Volt per octave, mod, and out. And then the mystery object. What are you? Mode set, toggle switch, push switch. Zeners, that's protection for the input. Pot. 5 volts from PSVU, 3 volts out to what? I don't even know why that's there. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Let's see if there's like any suggestions on the write-up. Single 5 volt, 45 milliamps, 6 HP, digital VCO, Control F, LED. Call LED, label LED, install LED, fail LED. Knowledge. Enable LED. PWM, IRQ wrap. That's enable LED. Sorry. Input pull up. Timer micros, table set, frequency table. No mention of an LED. LED. Yeah, all right. So let's open up a mutables schematic and we can take a look at how the VCO output is handled from a wrong computer, from a 3-volt device. Well, okay, no, not doing that yet. Hold on. Putting an LED on the volt per octave input or an LED on the output would be nice to be able to see what's going on. I guess for now we don't do anything with it. I don't think it's a standoff because that would seem like a weird choice. And I don't see any, I don't see anything in the design. Let's see, the design showing the PCBs, possibly he built one, and it looks like he did all the electronics before he did the front panel stuff. So it's possible that he used a standoff. Is the same thing up above? Ah, okay, that's what it is. It's a screw. Those are 2 screws that hold on the PCB, and then I guess all of his sockets and stuff are floating behind it, and that's how he's able to build all this. We are restricting ourselves. We're building it all on one PCB because, I mean, the schematic is very simple, and if I put a bunch of surface mount parts on this, it should be pretty easy for me to get that all assembled on one board. There will be a couple tricks about getting, like the RPi on there and everything, but I think we'll be able to manage it. So yeah, next we have to drill the circuit board so I can get the measurements so then I can print the front panel. Because we figured out where the pots are going. Now we just need the switches on there. And I will not have any sort of thoughts about the, what do you call it? LED. No LEDs. This is just going to be a simple... Damn it, that fell on the floor. All right, I got to find my button. Where'd it go? Don't step on it. I've stepped on these things before they hurt because I got the pins sticking out of them. 10:32. We hit another milestone. Oh, bent the pin. All right, so let's get this in here. It's mounting the Raspberry Pi is actually going to be kind of challenging now because we've got a bunch of back panel stuff that needs to happen. I could do standoffs and put another circuit board behind it. That should be a little higher up, I think, because these will be here. I'm going to solder all this stuff, and then we'll figure out what I need to drill. There, and then these end up being like here and there. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'll keep them there. So these are the positions for this. I'm going to lock that down using solder. Should do the button first. I was going to flip everybody over, but I should do that. Okay, like that. So, soldering them all in. This isn't very permanent. I can always move these if I need to, but flipping it over like this makes sure that my button is at the same height as the sockets, which sticks through the board just a little bit. Gives me that nice little tiny bit of space there for the button to exist. But yeah, we're going to modify this to take the plus minus 12 volts so that it can actually function as a full VCO. 1 V per octave. Does that one only go up to 8 volts? We'll follow whatever mutables did. Amelia knows what she's doing, so I'm going to trust that. Where are the pins that I need to solder? Oh, there's nothing there. Nothing. Well, that button is totally crazy right now. Let's get one of the pins soldered, and then I can position it using that as an anchor. So I can barely see where these things are. Okay, that's at a pretty good height. Just make sure that it's straight up and down. There you go. Side to side's looking good. Are all these anchored in? All right, I need to find the actual pins for these because I don't know which ones they are. Okay, I think I got most of them. That one. We can cheat and actually have the RP2040 only anchored down to certain socket positions and use wires to connect the little other pieces. Although the power socket is going to be a bit of a challenge. That might go here. So the other pins of the button, I can barely see where they are. And yeah, push comes to shove, I do a power and microcontroller board that attaches to this one, and I'll just have a big pin header on it. That's everyone's soldered. Now I want to just get rid of the one that I soldered by accident. So let's do that real quickly. Pop that on there. In classic one-stream project fashion, this is taking a little bit of time. At least not spending my time filing like I do generally. I could also do standoffs from the corners. I don't know if I have miniature standoffs that would quite do that justice. But we'll see what I can fit. I think I'll be able to fit everything, though. All right, so those are our ins and outs and the button. The button is a little bit close to this. I could probably move that up a little bit, but we'll leave it where it is for now. So the first switch needs to be located where? I want to get the look close because we are not passing this off as my own work. We are copying this other person's work. We're just going to redesign this section a little bit. See, those straddle the switch, and the switch is like all the way up there. So if I did that, then I would put a gap and put this up here. If I wanted to be efficient, I could put them up, and then there would be like a big open we'll do it up a little bit. So about here would probably be good. So it's every other hole, and I'm going to make a mark for that. Yeah, I'm going to have to drill out a lot of these, aren't I? Well, I want it to be centered, though. I want it to be centered on that. The closest I get is something like here. Ish. So I'm one row in. That's here, here, and then here. And then skip a row. Okay, so it's every other. So it's going to be here and here, here and here. And we got to find a proper drill bit that's going to allow these to fall through the circuit board where they will be soldered. Unfortunately, I have to use these because it's all I got. I thought I was buying SP, but I got DP. Sometimes you get DP. Am I going to use this thing again? What is the size of the drill bit? Yeah, that's just about there. We're going to use this stupid... Hold on, I got to load it. What I really should be using is this thing, but every time I open the drawer, this thing is facing me off. And it's like, should I use this? I'm going to use this. This will be the last time. From now on, we're going to be using the DeWalt. But for today, for this silly little project, we're going to use the Tamiya drill. If you do not own a drill and you live in Japan, this is maybe a good way to go, but a real drill would always be preferred over this toy. But if you're only working on little battery-operated models and you live in the world of plastic, or you're Mahalo and you want to send O'Bother something that's hilarious, Mahalo sent this in. This little... Hold on, I gotta check to see if it's loaded. But yeah, Mahalo sent this in. He also sent the one that does routing that's sitting on the shelf over there that we'll do one day. It took a whole stream in order to build this thing. Oh, Mahalo, how's it going? Yeah, thank you for subbing. Thank you. All right, so anyway, we're gonna give this a shot for installing a switch. This sucks. This sucks. It doesn't go very fast. It's one of them. With circuit boards, you usually use high-speed drill bits. Or sorry, high-speed drills. The drill is high-speed. That one went a little faster. I wonder if I could put like an angle on the front. Have you tried? Actually, the motor that this thing takes, we've subject to one of those to 52 volts, and it took it. Not for very long, but it actually was able to operate under the extreme high voltage. And what it ended up doing was melting the drive shaft through the rear bearing, which was just plastic. Yeah, what are you doing? Well, that one drilled much faster than the other ones. I wonder why. It has a taste for fiberglass. I need a handbook of all of these different, like, tricks. Like, the switches take every other whole row, and, like, what the distance between the two switches is going to be. All on this standard grid. This might not fit in at first. I might need to widen them just a little bit more. Luckily, the pins have a little bit of wiggle room. Yeah, it needs just a little bit of massaging. I believe only horizontally. I don't think it needs vertical. Yeah, it just needs a little horizontal. This is where the router would come in handy. What I can do is just tilt the drill bit back and forth, and that'll make the holes a little bit more oval in shape. go. Yeah, circle holes for square pins, not quite what's called for here. They need actually vertical as well. Okay, let's try that. Well, it's starting to go in. Well, all right, let's find a bigger drill bit then. I guess this thing can hold on to a larger drill bit. Let me go find a drill bit that's going to cover the entire of the square pins of these things. If you can rack the slide and the drill bit pops off, that would be great. That would be great. I wonder how you do that mechanically. These are just about the size, although this one's a little big. I don't know. I don't want to totally blast out the hole. This one looks like it's the same size. I want it to be just the right size. I'm just comparing drill bits to the size of these pins. That one looks a little better. A lot of these are very similar in size. I mean, ultimately, filing it a little bit could work too. Not awesome, but suck less. I mean, you know, it's doing its best. It's doing its best. Let's see. Also, if you loaded the batteries from below, the battery door should really be below. I don't know, this feels way too large. This might ruin the circuit board if I go too heavy into this thing. Now, it's barely touching the surrounding copper, which I guess is good because everyone needs to touch copper. It's not going to fit in there. Maybe it will. It's funny, just barely larger, and it doesn't, oh, it takes it. It's not going to like the amount of torque that it needs. Fuck it. All right, this thing's done. I hate it. I hate it. Get it out of here. Give me your batteries. Give me this drill bit. Yeah, everybody touch the Mr. Copper. This thing sucks. It's funny, but it sucks. This thing even has the plasma dash motor in it. We tried. We gave it the best. Get out of my sight. This isn't even a real drill. This is a screwdriver, locked and loaded, but it does have a lot of torque. And I got these shucks for it, so. Yeah, those are huge. They're way too big. Well, whatever. Aw, shucks. Jesus Christ. So one of the things about drilling a circuit board like this is you want to kind of be careful of slipping when the drill bit, because like you're supposed to use a high-speed drill press to drill through the circuit board that deals with the FR4 and the epoxy a little bit better. What's going to happen is when this thing finally breaks through to the other side, it's going to want to corkscrew its way through the partial opening that it's made for itself. And you want to resist that so that the bladed edge of the corkscrew will cut a hole. I was going to say a circular hole, but that's if you're a mechanical engineer, you just slammed your fists on the table and wanted to start an argument with me. You use a reamer in order to make an actual circular hole. But when that biting occurs, it's going to pull your drill bit forward, or it's going to try to torque the board in a circular way, and you've got a lot of little cutting edges on the bottom of this board if you have parts soldered in. So you have to be really careful to brace it in the correct way, not punch into your skin, and you have to keep it from gripping and ripping it around. So I kind of apply a little bit less pressure when you get to that point. And I give the drill bit time to do its work. Bada bing. So now this thing is just going to drop right in. Yeah, there it is. And it even moves around a little bit, which I guess is good if we need to like adjust the position. But that drill bit was way too big. I just don't think I have anything that's going to allow me to change up and adjust. So yeah, I've done the palm spike before. I did that when I was working on the giant theater globe, the giant LED globe. It was a 6-foot diameter globe, and I had the soldering iron in my mouth, and I was holding it. It was this soldering iron, not the exact one, the same model, but holding it like this, and I forgot which end was the wire and which end was the soldering iron. I didn't feel the heat on my face or my beard melting into it or anything. So I went to grab it, and I go from this side, and I went right into my palm. So I had a little divot in my palm for several years. You can tell me not to do it, but that's not really going to discourage me from doing shit like that. All right, so the next one is here on row, well, whatever row that is, and it's going to be here. Assuming I want the switches to be that close together. Do I want the switches to be that close together? We didn't talk about this. That is pretty close together. But then again, the button is supposed to be kind of the middle in between them. And it is here. So I guess we'll just do it this way. Confuse the soldering iron and the multimeter. Ow! Did you get away with just melting something, or did you do damage? Because remember, chat, you're the only thing in the shop that's capable of healing. You know, none of these electronics will ever heal. So always put yourself between the machine and the workpiece so that it doesn't ruin the workpiece, because that's productivity lost. And there's nothing more embarrassing than losing productivity. Your fingers will grow back. You're capable of self-repair. Maybe I should start with a smaller drill bit. Yeah, I should start with a smaller drill bit. This thing is torture. These aren't cut for like going through FR4. Let's use the drill bit from here, since it's just in my reach and I'm trying to get stuff done. Makes servo motor noises. There's a lot of gearing inside of this thing. And the question that Mahalo and I have is whether or not the gearing is the same in the router and the... Because I actually could have gotten the router and maybe used that to go back and forth, but I think the mechanicals are exactly the same. It just has a different bit in the end and a different color scheme. You get more money for the company if you get injured and live, as opposed to getting injured and dying. Wouldn't another company be providing the money in that case? I think this drill bit is cut for plastic. That's why it's able to go through this so easily. This screwdriver is incredibly useful for taking apart the Euro racks and putting it back together. Putting it back together, not so much because you might over torque something, but taking it apart, this thing is amazing. If you have like 600 bolts that you have to remove, to totally reconfigure your Euro rack. Yeah, having something like this, amazing, amazing. You don't want to use it on plastic stuff because you can easily strip things with an auto screwdriver because it'll heat up the friction interface of the screw will heat up the plastic, and sometimes you can get to the point where a screw will go in and it'll just strip itself if you're using something like a drill or one of these electric screwdrivers. If you go slow and careful, you might get away with it, but all of the model kit instructions tell you do not use an automatic screwdriver. It's a little wobbly, isn't it? Come on, brother. There we go. Brother! There we go. Jeez. Okay. We're getting there. Well, that's kind of a sad center. There's not much holding it up. If I had a PCB like drill press, I would probably also have the good PCB drill bits, and we'd probably be able to use the calipers in order to find exactly the right width, and that would save me from almost destroying the circuit board like I am here. This drill bit is just a little bit too big, and it didn't visually have any indicator that it was way too big. Yeah, a drill press and a clamp, like a PCB style clamp, a clamp where you have like the ability to clamp a piece of sheet metal in it. Not sheet metal, but like a smaller piece where you've got that like lip at the top. And with the DRO, that makes it so much nicer to do stuff like this. But the drill press is sitting over there and I'm over here, so I'm not gonna use it today. I also got an ultrasonic cleaner, and I know what the job is going to be for the ultrasonic cleaner, and it is an embarrassing job. You guys know when we were doing the water cooling, I put that spring inside of the water line? Guess what rusted? Man, my fingers hurt from this. Come on, please. There we go. I wanted to do this quickly, but man, my fingers are fucking hurting after that. So, yeah, big set of drill bits I would like to get again. I need something that organizes them, so that may be a 3D printer task, is to print something that's going to hold all my drill bits up. I was going to put them on a metal or a magnetic knife hanger, so it'd have all the drill bits in a line on the knife hanger. And I bought the knife hanger, and the magnet is not strong enough for holding up individual drill bits. It can hold up knives, but it can't hold up individual drill bits, which makes it completely useless to me. God, that really hurt my finger. I could have put it in the vise if I really wanted to. There's still a little bit of like burr edges on these holes, so I'm going to get my deburring tool, my countersink, or whatever you call this. There's that too. There's the block of wood method. See, I wanted to go away from the block of wood method because then you have the ones that remind you when you're missing a bit. And I know I'm missing a bunch of bits from the kits that I have. And I know there's a bunch of repeats. Probably could do a little bit more on that. Okay, so now I actually have the centers for these holes. Since the center pins are on the centers of holes here, wow, that's a interesting block of, that's a neat little block of stuff that I've created there. So from here to there, $36.5. So we go, oh, great. Well, I'll do a new line for it. So do that, and then 8.5. I really should have split this into thirds, huh? That would have been the way to go. We're doing it based on the circuit board, though. So it's 36.5. And then for switches, we have a different hole. where was the switch in this thing? Where's my module? This thing still doesn't work. I don't know what's wrong with it. It's the one in the middle to the right. So this one. I still don't know what's not working about this thing. It uses that like the push-pull transistor kind of thing that somehow makes a really good sine wave, and I don't understand how it works. I don't know why it isn't. It's the supermatched transistor pair. I have a large drill box with thousands marked. All the small ones are gone. I put the box into a clear bin and I just rifle through it because that way I'm less embarrassed. 6.2. 6.1, 2.5. So 6.2, and depending on what direction I put these in, we'll do it below. 6.1. And I'm going to double check on that diameter because I don't trust it. Trust no one, chat, not even yourself. 2.5 works. Okay, I'm measuring it as 2.4, so. All right, that's that one. Measure out the next one. Well, actually, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 0.1 inch times 6. 15.24. I like that you can do that. You can just put inch in. 6.2. 6.1. Was that a, yeah, okay. And then 2.5. 2.5. Hello? Okay, there we go. Now, I do have a line here that is essentially the center. Essentially the center. Okay, so the distance between here and here, 12. So if I go 12 perpendicular, make a hole with a gun perpendicular. 12 in that, and make sure it locks in like there. That should be where the button is. Now the button, none of these are buttonholes. I can measure the button and just sort of overshoot it. And I want to overshoot it by a lot so that when you push the button, if it's flush with the panel, which it threatens to be, it'll move back and forth. Now, is the button centered on these? It's not. So I'll have to move the button. We'll have to desolder it, and I'll move it up, and then it'll be centered on the two switches. Kind of the way it looks, at least in the thing. So we'll just force that one to be there. And then this is going to be, what is the diameter of the top of my button? It tapers in, too. 3, so I'm going to make that 4. So we have a 0.5 millimeter on either side. That's kind of big. That's kind of big. It's not that close to the edge, though, so that should be pretty good. Those are all our holes. So now that we have all of our holes, I need to center this thing. So I guess I can go make a diagonal line. That would mean I could just go to the center. Let's do just like a rectangle, and I'll go from the center here to the center here. Like that. Of course, that should have been a construction line, because that is clearly not supposed to be there. And then we need to find the center of this, although I could just do constrain midpoint and then midpoint this one. Or no, it's midpoint to here, like that. So now we are centered in here. So that's the reason I do the whole circuit board design thing. Okay, so far so good. Now, my next step is to finish the sketch and then leave the room forever and never come back and never stream again. Okay, here we go. Extrude, and I'm getting this and this. Oh no, I'm not doing those. I'm doing those from the bottom. So this, 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 and this. And we just go, and just go through the whole thing. So now we need the anchor points. Now, what did I do on the 4046 for the anchor points? Because my printer does not do support and bridging very well. It's a PETG printer, which means it prints hot and strong, just like I like them. But like that, and then I can figure out that my hole, the length, 6 point, that's not the right one. Funny that it does that. So let me measure this. And we get no good data. What the fuck? Okay, face to face. 1.4. Okay, that's the 0.4 is because the filament droops inside of there. So we take all those and we go from object here and we go 1.4. There we go. So now we have our front panel, and the only thing that I haven't done is given it its naming. I'm not going to do the name right now. I'll have to do that later. Right now, I am going to prioritize getting this thing pronted so that I actually have something to solder down all of those parts, and then we'll figure out what we're doing with the schematic. Name it Frank. I could name it Frank, but then it would seem like I built the module. I think because the X4046 VCO, you know, I called X4046, so I'll probably at the top just put, you know, RP3040 VCO. RP3040 VCO. I'll do that later. I'm not going to do that right now. Let's do the body and RP4030 VCO. Save it as a mesh. There are 4 outputs on the RP3040. Maybe we should have done the cord VCO. Cleaning it up with a knife instead of calculating the excess. Yeah, I've had to do that, and I didn't want to like reprint or rework stuff. So if you want to get it to print the first time, you kind of think about how much does your printer droop in like a 2mm hole. Weird things to consider, but it saves me time. I don't have to find like an end mill that'll go down in there and flatten it out. And the only purpose of that hole is the sides. So the sides are going to be perfectly fine. So I just need the pin to fit into the sides so that when I'm sitting there trying to wrench on this thing, the side forces don't unscrew, the swirling force, whatever you want to call it. Okay, desktop. I need to upload more videos. I'm getting stressed about it. I'm like 4 or 5 days behind now. Super Slicer. Super Slicer. Octoprint. I need to restart the Raspberry Pi because I moved it back. Really? I didn't plug it in. Oh my god, hold on. If I didn't plug it in, that means it only needs to boot once too. The power cord is draped over top of it. I forgot. I'm so sorry. All right, this thing should boot up eventually when the Raspberry Pi gets its act together. I've never used a 2040 for anything. This would be the first time. Yeah, they seem extremely powerful and they're super cheap. Like, I don't even know if I should be running the Raspberry Pi and burn the subs. I mean, that allows me to use, this allows me to use Python too. I wonder if this thing could run this thing could probably run burn the subs with like a couple motor controllers attached to it, because these are like nice. This can hold a big project. You do the same with the ESP32. I don't know, burn the subs is not all that complicated. It does do quite a bit of like big dumb calculations, and it does use special fonts that I made. But still, all it's doing is looking up and scaling things that I've already kind of created. It's scaling via tables. So it could potentially do a lot of these. God, imagine. I just hooked that thing up to a bunch of motor controllers. We were going to use a Clipper plugin to do it. It could be fully run from Node-RED. I don't know if I want it to fully run from Node-RED. I think I want it to have its tasking separated out. because using Clipper and then like a Clipper IDE and then our old code and the 32-bit 3D printer microcontroller is really not being utilized in this, is it? Yeah, I don't know. If we were building it from the ground up. All right, BL Touch test. Here and clicking, hit reset. We're ready to go there. Go to Super Slicer. Go to my desktop. Look at the temp prints folder. There, almost opened the wrong folder. And then we just take RP34 VCO, drop it in, ready to go. I guess I could have followed through and done the entire labeling thing, but I'm not going to bother. I'll do that some other time. We're trying to get there. 26 minutes. Go. What do you guys want to do for 20 minutes? Are there nodes for Node-RED where I can do like I don't even think I should need to break it down to the authentication and stuff. I think there are probably nodes that can get channel point redemptions and chat. Let's Google that real quick while we're waiting for this print. I'm waiting for the print because what's going to happen is I'm going to put the switches on here and I can solder them in, but these switches can move all over the place. So I want to attach the switches to the panel and then have them sit in the panel and solder the leads on because that'll anchor them in their spot. They're not really meant to go on a panel. Pub sub and a chat bot. Yeah, let's do a little bit of research on that. I want to keep Burn the Subs on my mind. Burn subtitles to video. Yep, there it is. That's my project. It's my claim to fame. And the only reason that I've ever made more than $900 on Twitch as a payout. I think I got $1,000 payout one time, and I was like, hell yeah. That never happened again. That was one of those banner months when everybody was subbing and Mahalo was like burning his credit card on my channel. Not Mahalo, sorry. Murderbits. They both start with M. I don't know why my brain conflates the two. It's a bad thing. What am I looking up? I'm looking up Node-RED pub sub. Node-RED contrib pub sub node. Publisher node. Node-RED Twitch node pub sub. Purple. Publish. Pub sub. Just use default WebSockets? Oh. But there's twitch.js. What is this? Twitch pub sub client. You can join the Discord server. Twitch.js for Node.js. Easy interface for all of Twitch programmatically available features. Oh, that means we're not going to get features if we use theirs instead of just a WebSocket client. Bits badge, bits messages, sub chat mod action. Holy shit. Pub sub listener. Redemption. Subscription, whisper. I mean, that's pretty capable. Topic string, get the type of the topic string. What about, so subscription message, that's a little different. Cumulative months, duration, display name, gifter ID, gifter name, if it's anonymous, if it's a gift, if it's a resub, message month streak, sub plan, time. Time is just the time you receive it. It's totally fucking useless. That pisses me off. That pisses me off. Here, I gotta make this bigger so you guys can read it. Time, right? Inside of the sub message, there's a thing called time, and time would be super useful if it did anything useful. It is the time that the message was sent. It's not the time that they subscribed. It's not hooked up to billing in any way. User ID and username. There's still no transaction ID in any of these. So we had to build this entire Rube Goldberg machine. It's like a gauntlet that the name has to go through with a bunch of conditionals on it that will allow it to be added to the database. Otherwise, it has to meet like 4 or 5 conditions. And all of that I could throw in the garbage if they would do what channel points do. Where's bits badge, bits message? Where is... they don't seem to have bits on here. Redemption? I don't think Twitch is ever going to get redemption. So yeah, redeeming channel points. So this is reward ID, reward image cost, etc. ID. ID right here. That is the ID of the transaction. So if it comes in twice, you just pop that into whatever you're doing and you can double check. If somebody redeems something twice in a row, check the ID. That, or is that the user ID? User display name, user ID. So it's not. Status, reward title. Yeah, so it's all here. If I wanted to use something that was pre-baked, these are basically the nodes that I would need. In order to create, sorry, I'm burping because I'm drinking soda. In order to create a chatbot that does everything that Burn the Subs does and the fart box does, I just need a couple nodes. I could even do random of 9 sounds, and then I could actually make the fart box a little bit more interactive and have specific farts per noise. And then I would have to tear down the code from the fart box to receive what? What is it going to receive? Is it going to take a WebSocket or an HTTPS request, right? Or an HTTP request? It can be even lesser, so because nobody's really hacking my network. Nobody can MQTT. So we could just use MQTT. It's the same thing that the Tasmotis stuff does, right? Would I Tasmotize my fart box? These kids and the slang that they're using is getting very complicated and I cannot keep up. Whatever I just said, I hope didn't insult anybody out there. Yeah, have it. Well, okay, you put a library in Steam projects. I'm gonna pop this into Steam projects because this seems pretty simplistic and I don't have to make the thing that's going to like peel out the action and stuff. I could just use these that I'm looking at, and that might be easy, or I don't know. Maybe I should be doing it from nothing since it's not that complicated. We've done this stuff before. We did it on an ESP8266, ESP MQTT client. Okay, so that's what I should use on the other end. Or I could Tasmotize the ESP and have it, but then I have timings and activations in the code. So whatever the MQTT is doing, I'll just have to do it myself. I don't have to Tasmotize these. Tasmode is more for like lamps and stuff like that. Well, that was kind of anticlimactic in terms of the research that we were doing. I'll have to put together the nodes at some point soon. Because then Burn the Subs could be the MQTT destination, and it would bring with it a string, and I could potentially use Node-RED to do a profanity check that's on a database. Watch your profanity. God, it's hard not to meme sometimes. Filter Twitch. Wait a minute. Goodbye, rapid anal pounding. Maybe it'll be on a sliding scale. Maybe let's get Twitch out of there. We don't need Twitch in the search. Node-RED profanity filter, our node. Fuck you, buddy. Working on a personal project where users can create listings for a particular area. Yeah. Currently, the listing doesn't filter for profaned words, but I want to reject listings created with profanity. However, I cannot seem to find a package that actually returns true if profanity is present. Most seem to filter words and return the string with stars. Well, we can have a node after that looks for stars and just rejects it. That's easy enough. Implement your own. Shut up. You shut the fuck up. Bad words package contains an isProfane method to test. It allows you to replace bad words as well as define your own list. I don't want it to be necessarily list-based. There was the guy who had the racist banana, which is constantly our counterexample of interactivity, where we allow chat a little bit too much leeway, and they of course go too far. They toe the line, and then they jump over it. And I the person who got in trouble went back and said, okay, I'm gonna rethink this. How do I not get banned? Even though his channel's probably doing much better than mine, but because you get all kinds of traction for getting banned. But then if we have it, so if I do have a list, then I could narrow down the types of names, and then chat would be allowed to be naughty, which is kind of the whole thing about the project. The ethos of the whole project is that we're allowing chat to be naughty because this is a reflection on Twitch and the types of names that they allow. It's like Red Hat, a little Red Hat testing, a little bit like of comedy, that I would put something like, you know, jizz in Santa's beard. Like I would burn that onto a piece of wood. That's so like formal and fine. It's got a lot of finality to it. It's too like burning something onto wood that's just so crass is beautiful. It's wonderful. It should be preserved. So if I use a list filter, I'm limited to what I can come up with, and then I can also not have it get everything. It can still allow ass fart balls and, you know, stuff like that. Which maybe is the direction that I want to go. If I was really trying to eliminate profanity, what the banana guy did, the banana man, what he did is he did a phonetic filter that would, I don't know how the hell that was implemented, but I mean, he did the typical engineer thing of, that was a big problem. I'm going to do a big solution. So he was able to use a phonetic profanity filter in order to keep certain things out of the board. Like, I don't want racism on my stupid board. You know, like that's a fairly simple thing that I don't want to have happen. I'd rather you guys get weird in other ways. And telling chat where the line is a mistake, because they'll find it and they'll learn how to get around it. Areas and location, because you get a list of false positives. The other thing that Node can bring to the table, and unfortunately I don't have short lurkers, I do have short lurkers Amazon buttons, the Amazon order buttons that were discontinued. I still have those from short lurker, but we were never my brain is going too fast for my mouth. We didn't figure out how to use those. It would have been really cool, and maybe if I could actually order a Dolphin Zero without it rejecting my credit card, because or Flipper Zero, so it's called Dolphin on the front of it. I would love to get a Flipper Zero so that I could like sniff out what the stuff that it transmits looks like. I don't know if I could actually hack the thing, but to have a button that's like a simple little like cancel button sitting somewhere that I can get to, so that if a name pops up and I don't want that shit on my board, boom, put the Bosch on it immediately. And it would stop the process somewhere along the line. Probably have to have like invoke a delay on it or something. Be like, if this thing is going, then I have to. Dolphin is great. I don't think I've seen that. I tried to order one, and my credit card was like, that's too shady, and that's it. It just shut the whole thing down. I was like, hey. Star. Yeah. Bad words library. So there are bad words filters. There is a profanity filter. Masking words and phrases and strings that aren't allowed. So, I mean, while this could mask, we could have something after it look for stars. Badonkadonk. Why would you do this? Remove word, ass. It's too simplistic. The question is, if it starts to burn a name, I would like to cancel it. Oh, that's an emote. Okay, I can't see it. If it starts to burn the name, I need it to like, well, but if it starts to burn the name, that's going to be permanently. The dash buttons are Wi-Fi. I think that was a way to repurpose them for homes. There was a way. We didn't find anything. I don't know if at the time that we looked at them. I still have, I might still have one intact. I don't know what the holdup on that one was. So if I use Node.js, I can put Twitch integration almost fully on Node-RED, And that way, when things expire, you know, for instance, my fart box doesn't permanently break, which is what just happened. Not just, it happened a little while ago, is where the SSH, whatever, the encryption certificate, whatever the hell that is, expired, and then they stopped using it because it had been hacked in like 1992. So they finally updated their encryption levels to be proper, but unfortunately, the stuff we used 6 years ago to make the project looked totally like up to date and maintained and stuff at the time, and now it's not at that time, and so they are not updating these things anymore, so they haven't updated the encryption. Now, I could pull out all the code and put in a different library that actually supports that, but we want to move over to Node-RED. We want to move this stuff over to Node-RED so that if I make any other interactive projects in the future, lights and just funny, flashy things that we can make, like a boxing glove or something that fucking just destroys me. I have a 600 millimeter 3-phase 480 volt linear actuator we could put a boxing glove on. That's strong enough to push me. I leaned into it like a football player and it pushed me back across the floor. So we'll put that on that, and you guys can punch a fucking hole in my chest. No, but we'll figure it out. The dash button Senem got on the brick update, so you can't set up the SSID until he figures out another way. Ah, that's unfortunate. Can we actually see what the progress is on the printer? Oh yeah, this camera froze a while ago. This camera's frozen. We're just gonna ignore it. Let me go see where the printer is. Well, actually, Octoprint will tell me. Octoprint, what do you have to say for yourself? 16 minutes to go. We answered our question too quickly. Yeah, with all these ESPs that I have, I could just make a little portable button. Put it on a CR2032. How long does the ESP last on a CR2032? Well, not much to report here. This thing is just going. It's going solid layers as fast as it can, making a nice, smart little front panel that we're going to solder all this stuff to, and we can figure out where the components are supposed to go, and we'll do a bunch of soldering. But yeah, we're getting up there in time. So when this panel prints and cools, I'll be able to solder on the front panel stuff, and we'll work on the rest on Thursday. On Wednesday, I am going to be doing nothing but uploading videos to YouTube because I've fallen behind. I had 4 or 5 days where I didn't do anything because I was totally overwhelmed. It's been a lot of work. Well, 2 or 3 days. It's been a lot of work sort of sifting through all of this video content, and I still have 275, I think, videos to upload. It's a lot. I'm gonna have daily uploads for a long time, which should massage the algorithm just right on YouTube. I probably could have stopped streaming now and have like a 4-year career where all I do is take snippets from those streams and publish them as daily videos. Each 5-hour stream could probably be like 4 20-minute videos. Which I will be doing that. It's just not, I won't be quitting streaming at the same time. What I'll be doing is once I get that 275, once I get to that 275 mark, or maybe before that, I need to put editing software on this computer, and I need to start going through all of the projects that have gotten to a point where I can make like a 20 or 30 minute video on it and start picking everything out. See you, Kervos. Yeah, picking out like a 20 to 30 minute video that I can do a voiceover on and then like have the funny moments and stuff like that. Now that I've gone through and marked down all the chapters in all those previous videos, because those previous videos are not getting all that much traction on YouTube, and I don't blame anybody for not watching for sure, because those are 5-hour videos that happened 2 years ago. So if you're going to interact with that, like what do you have? There's nowhere to talk about it. Like which I guess that would be a big reason that the Discord is nice. Oh, I need to find power connectors. Let me get the power connector while we're waiting. I've got a bin that's full of these synthesizer power connectors. I don't know where it went. Is it over here? It's not over here. Is it over there? There's nowhere for it to be over there. Huh. It's like a clear plastic bin. Oh, there it is. I see it. Oh, I finally freed up my ammo can so I can properly store all of my batteries where they won't burn down the house. I think they probably have potential to burn down the house still, but anyway, if something happens to any of those batteries, they'll be inside of a 50 caliber ammo can. But they'll do less harm. All right, there's the power thing. How's that going to fit on here? I may have to do two circuit boards for this. Because, like, we have to fit this. Well, that could actually fit there. That could go just like that. And then the ESP is going to have to float. Let's get this hooked up with pins. So I just need a baseboard so that I don't melt anything. And then headers. I can't believe I ordered the wrong switches. It feels like these are expensive, right? Because switches used to be, like, panel mount stuff used to be really expensive. Now I can go on you know, like Amazon, and I can be like, yo, Beezers, and slap him in his bald head, and go, hey, find me some switches. And he goes, here's a bunch of crap from China. And go, all right, let's go $15. Give me them. And they get here in like 5 minutes. And somebody who's had their humanity removed from them will just deliver it to my door and then leave in the algorithmically minimum amount of time. Problem is, it seems really wasteful to be using DPDTs instead of SPDTs when all this calls for is SPDTs. It's not an analog circuit. We're basically switching something digital, you know, like a line for something digital for the ESP. So there's no point in these being here. But it's what I got. It's what I have. And they're wasting a bunch of space and all that. Kills me. Anyway, let's get headers on this thing. The economy of scale that you have to deal with in electronics these days is so much different from what it used to be. And it's better. It is better. Although you used to find panel mount stuff and you were like, I know this is high quality. This is the good stuff. Those are the ones I don't want to use. Let's see here. I guess I'll use the rounded pins on the ESP. What a butt stab. That's a great Twitch name. I want to have that on the board. You've reused a couple. These were apparently like destroyed by some kind of a flashing event when they end of lifed them, which is really unfortunate because those are great, like little, just to have like a little button in your pocket. It would have been pretty cool to replace the battery and the code and then use it as an activator for Node-RED. And I would just have like a little button that I press that would say, don't put this name on the board and erase the database entry. I'm having trouble finding the right kind of header. Let me get some of them from the bins over here. Actually, wait, I got some over here. They're in two reams that keep getting in the way. Panel's going along nicely. I guess we're losing all our snow in a day or two. It's gonna rain. Goodbye, snow. These have been getting in the way for quite some time. Apparently, this is just how these things arrive at your door sometimes. A little plug on the end. Pop. Used up one of them. Okay, so let's do this. These don't use a lot of pins, do they? The other cool thing about these is that they've got the little half-drilled holes. So if I really wanted to, I could actually solder this directly down on top of the PCB so that it would give me an area to work, although it blocks any through hole from anything around it. So I'm obviously going to put it on standoffs because that gives me a little bit of extra working space. But if I really wanted to, I could solder it down directly onto a board. ESPs did the same thing. It's very clever. Instead of Home Assistant, I guess I have Shop Assistant. Well, those didn't break the right way at all. Try to use a fingernail on it. I guess flush cutters are the real way. Flesh cutters. Because that almost ruins the next pin over. And this one I got to clean up a little bit. Find myself using files way too often in the shop. Everything gets filed down to fit. So I'm just gonna, oh wow, that really, oh, that popped that out. Son of a bitch, get back in there. Well, that'll hold it in once I solder it. That went in like that. Since these are going directly to the PCB, I'm using the low profile header pins. If they need to go into something like the breadboard, they can. It's just they tend to pop out of the breadboard. Now I'm using the breadboard on this simply as a heatsink. So what the breadboard is bringing to the table here is just simply wicking the heat away from my pins so that they don't shift. It also gives me a nice flat surface where I can make sure that these are the right distance and everything. Yeah, just like that. And then we'll go over to the microscope because it'll be very visual. Design and print a snap tool for the header pins. Yeah, there's what would that even look like? There's also like IDC connector things that basically they have two planes that are parallel that smudge together. So that would be the kind of tool you would need for the pins. It would be a dual purpose tool. Okay, I've been putting stuff on the soldering iron wire. That is the most frustrating thing. You go to reach for the soldering iron and then it pulls back and it doesn't want to follow you. It's like, no, you are my soldering iron. I'm taking you over here. What's going on here? There we go. I'm a little shaky today. I need to exercise my hand muscles more. I have actually been starting to lift small weights again and trying to build back some muscle instead of just sitting there. I have a little 16-pound weight that I lift over and over again. Remember, big muscles means big steady. You name your soldering iron? Her name's Betsy. What is that thing right there? Hot damn, that is a small chip. Look at that little guy. I'm very proud of him. He's doing great. All right, so those are anchored, so they shouldn't move as I work with them. And then we just go up the line. Like, man, you could really mess up by accidentally, you could mess up by like throwing solder on that. I'd be careful. A guide channel that has hinge and bends around a sharp corner at 90 degrees. What my fingernail is doing in the... Yeah. I can get what you mean. I mean, even just like a vise that's set up to do circuit boards or set up to do small like parts where you have the little lip on the vise, you could potentially set up the headers on that and use that. I don't have that and I don't want to modify my vices. Will you not? Should be putting it on the pad, not on the... It's just the solder is twisting. There we go. I like to keep the heat on there for just a little bit to let the solder wick down into the via. I need to figure out what kind of lenses I should get in order to turn the other Lepton 3.5 module, the one that we end-of-lifed because it had some troubles with the pin not holding the shutter mechanics properly. That I can still use as a little thermal webcam. It's going to smell like burnt dog hair in a minute. As a little thermal webcam, and the best use for it would be to attach it to the microscope and get that huge standoff distance that I have on the microscope, and I can 3D print optical tunnels, lens housings that I can go into, right? That's totally within my means. The only problem is the lenses will be hundreds of dollars. So is there a way for me to do this cheaply? There are thermal microscopes. They exist. I don't know about thermal microscope C-mount hardware. There is C-mount microscope hardware in abundance. You can get that really cheap. But that is, again, visible light, and of course can't see long wave infrared. These are a bunch of Amogus, I just realized, is what we're soldering. Why are they Amogus? I thought we were done with that. I guess people are still playing Amogus. I don't mind it. Everybody thinks it's cringe now, I guess. People need to rethink what they think is cringe. Just because a bunch of little babies are playing the game doesn't make it cringe. There we go. Cool. But yeah, I need to figure out what kind of optics I should be getting, what kind of lenses, and if there's a very simple way to make that work. Like with the microscope that we have here, look at the heat dissipation on this thing. Woo. See, this is what it would be good for, is just getting real close in there. But I need it to not, see, that's the thermal webcam. That's the housing right there. That's how close I have to get in order to see this stuff. It has like a pinhole focusing mechanism, so we can still see decent detail on very small things. I want somehow to get this, like get the image that I'm looking at from the microscope, but also thermal. That would be awesome to be able to do with the second webcam that I have. Because the way we achieved it with the current webcam is by putting a C-mount, and well, we put an enclosure that allowed for C-mount lenses, then we put an adapter to Nikon lenses, and that gives us a substantial amount of standoff between the lenses original focal point and the actual image sensor. So the focal point moved back, so we have to focus it a little bit differently, but it's able to take that. It's still able to focus, and that means that the amount of objective is very, very small when it does that. It's pretty cool. The other way you do it is by reversing the lens, but Edmund Optics. I think I looked at Thor Labs, but Edmund has it. I don't know if I want to know the price. Is it a call? Is it one of those like fuck off, you gotta call us because we're gonna quote you a price that's truly shocking? If only I could find one on the street. Could you imagine you break into like a high security government facility and just steal a lens? Shortwave IR series is $2,000. That's affordable for like YouTube money. I don't have YouTube money. That's unfortunate. Mid-level YouTube money would be, I would be totally irresponsible with that. This one looks like it's not soldered. I don't know why. Plenty of solder there. I'll just give it a little bit more. Of course, it's got plenty of dog hair on it. I can't get it off. I don't know why. If near infrared is good for you, we're looking for, no, it's not near infrared. Near infrared is sees through blood and guts and stuff, but it doesn't. That's not heat. It's long wave infrared that we're interested in. LWIR, which I think the government is still really, really weird about. They don't want people exploring that space. Although other countries have developed thermal cameras that are, you know, superior to the consumer stuff because of ITAR restriction and wanting to have an advantage in that sector for U.S. military means. So now other countries have matched that technology, and we've got like much higher resolution thermal optics, which I really should look into because I think it's like $300 some odd to get a really high quality thermal imager. We use that kind of stuff all the time. It's very useful in electronics because you can see the first time you power something up, you can see what gets hot and where all of the mistakes you made are. So this would somehow have to go here-ish. Oh, I could totally make that work. Yeah. If this is offset by a little bit, we can totally avoid all the stuff that's going to get in the way. Oh, let's move the switch up one row of holes. So I need to desolder the switch. The print just finished. I'm watching the heat. When the heat gets down pretty far, it should be, I should be able to remove it. Yeah, what would I have to do to import something like that? Like a thermal imager that's a higher resolution and quality? Because it's on the, it's in a foreign consumer market. Yeah, would there be tariffs? I'd have to look into it. I'd have to look into that. It would be a huge asset for the show, though. And the thing is, now that they're available in foreign markets, I wonder if our local markets, our supermarkets will have those. This is irritating me, the frame rate. Hold on, let's fix that. So that would be under setup, and I have to go to micro procedure. That's a little better. Let's open her up a little bit. When I open it up too much, the focal point is too fuzzy. Okay, and then we're going back to the one where we can actually see what's going on with all the other stuff. There we go. So I got to get the solder off of these. I guess the solder sucker should help. The motorized solder sucker that I got is really only good for things like potentiometers, where you need to remove solder from a lot of different stuff. Like for this will be fine. All I need to do is just kind of work it a little bit. There we go. I need to go from the other side because these are sprung outwards, so they're going to tend to be on the outward edges are going to do this, or it's got just a little bit of, you kind of wiggle the pin away and then suck the solder. That didn't help. That might have released it, I'm not sure. We are row J. I didn't commit to that enough. Committed a little bit more, but not enough. Iron, I think, is masking that spot. There we go. Let's see how cleanly that comes out, if we got it right. Row J. It's still completely attached. What the hell? Hey! Give me this back. What the fuck? Hey! The solder sucker I use is the Engineer S09 or SS09. I can't read it anymore. 02. It might be Engineer SS02. It's from Engineer, which uses the Star Trek font. There's a discombobulation of the actual listings of these. Some of them are using the Star Trek The Next Generation font. Some of them aren't. I got one with the TNG font. All these O-rings are common sizes, and I put dielectric grease, because it's the only grease I had, inside of this. We refurbished this one once before. If you're buying tube for this, don't buy the branded tube, because all this is 1/4-inch silicone rubber hose. You buy 1/4-inch clear silicone rubber hose with a decent enough size sidewall, and you've got the same thing as the branded stuff. And this is the important bit about the solder sucker, because this stuff can withstand the temperature of soldering. That's the really important part. You know, for the years and years, everybody was plagued with the Hakko fluorescent colored, the Nerf-looking solder sucker, and the blue one that all have plastic tips. Why do they have plastic tips? It melts. It melts under soldering conditions. Why? This thing has a piece of tube, so the tube squishes around what you're sucking the solder from, and it provides you with a seal. So all of the air is coming through the via, and it punches all of that solder directly out. Now, there's still surface tension that I have to fight, but it is a very superior method of suck. So the only problem is that on the top layer of this switch, that's where some of the stuff is kind of sticking. So I have to push them in from the center and see if I can free up everything. But yeah, the engineer SO2 or whatever was sent by Wexo because I had diatribe upon diatribe about how much I hated solder suckers because I was used to the ones that make you inhale a bunch of plastic fumes and don't really work all that well. The SSO2, if I think I'm getting that right, was just a complete game changer. It just does things so much differently and better, so that I'm back to using solder suckers. My typical method of desoldering is to solder wick. I'm a wick man. I'm a wicker man. I love bees. I don't know what the differences are since they're all just copying each other ad infinitum. Driz, are you sad that the kids have come up with slang that is almost exactly your name? Do you hear no end of it? The Drizzler? Okay, that came out a little too easily and it almost destroyed my hand. Negative. Huh, okay. Road J. Let's see if we can retrieve our print too. It's the every time I hear about the Rizzler, the 1990s Riddler theme pops into my head, the Wu-Tang song. Man's got that D-Riz. Got that Driz, y'all. I guess I don't talk like that. I have become too old. Grade D Riz. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right, let's get our... Well, actually, can I get the print off? It's going to take a little bit longer, I think. Let me just see. I'll get... No, but if I use the Windex on this, it'll warp. I've had that happen before. Yeah, I can't... I'm not going to force the issue. I'm going to wait. Typically, I'll hear a loud crackling noise. I should have like a parts fan. Something that just blows air on this whole setup. Yeah, I can't use Windex because then it'll bend as it cracks off of the surface. Oh God. I don't know how to pronounce that. I want to say gat like gat, but that's wrong apparently. The Skibbity Drizzler. Skibbity Ohio. Ood Oo came in and he was completely incensed with that fucking meme about how horrible Ohio is. But the only time I've driven through Ohio, I got a speeding ticket. So, you know, it's not from nowhere. Yeah, he was like, I cannot escape. All the kids. What's solder station? So the station itself is a Pace ADS 200. It's a 300 watt station. My original one was the previous model of this thing, and everything worked just fine. But then Wexo bought me another one, and I'm using the other one now. The original is very gray. This one has a little bit of color to it, and I put a sticker on it, which looks really good. But Twisted Sister made that sticker. But this thing is a soldering iron for production. This thing does not fail. It does not work, and you can switch out the tips very, very quickly on it. Now, this is the soldering station that I would have bought 10 years ago, 15 years ago, right? Nowadays, there are other soldering irons that you can buy. And then this is something from maybe Hako or one of the other soldering iron companies. You only get this part of it with the solder spool. You don't get the base. And this stuff up here is $75. The reason that I am telling you this is because I solder practically every day. Most people won't do that. So I have really good equipment. You don't need really good equipment to do the stuff that I do. You can go out there, you can get a variety of different soldering irons. I don't know what the hot one is right now. Maybe still the TS80 and the TS100. Those are pretty good. USB powered even. None harder than Skookle. That's how you say it, folks. Skookle. You spell it Schuylkill, but it's Schuylkill. 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 All right, let's see. I guess, yeah, we're waiting to finish the front panel. It seems like I should be able to fit all of the other stuff on this too. All I need is to find a trusted voltage regulator that I can slap onto this thing that'll turn the plus minus 12 volts into 5 volts. And then we can use, let's look at this. Pine Sill, yeah, that's the other one that people have been talking about. Unfortunately, I don't keep up because nobody sends me this stuff. I'm not getting sent this stuff for free. If I was being sent soldering irons to review, I would be happy to do reviews for soldering irons, but that's just not the direction this channel's gone in, and I don't mind not doing that because the integrity of my opinions is withheld. Let's see. We're looking at mod synth projects. I want to look at something like, well, I think Marbles is probably the most advanced that we have. So if I open up Marbleps, now Marbles is from, Emily, and I don't remember any other information. All these module creators have like, they have lore. And I guess Emily transitioned and then decided that they didn't want to have anything to do with the rest of the community of modular synthesizer building, and so they got out of the game. And what they've done, and I believe it's she, her pronouns, but what they've done is they've released all of their information just for everybody. Yeah, Mutable Instruments. Released all of the information for anyone to use. This would be, yeah, Emily Gillette, I don't know how to say it. These use brutally powerful microcontrollers, and they do amazing work with what they have, and we have the full schematics and stuff. But here's the deal. These people are not here to provide customer support for their modules. So they should not be contacted for help. You're on your own. You have to go into forums and stuff, because these are incredibly complicated to get working. And all of the testing routines have sort of been removed from the circuits. And that's fine. I'm super glad that I'm able to build this thing at all. Having the information and being able to buy the circuit board on this thing is actually amazing. It's totally crazy that I'm able to just grab one of these things and build it. Okay, so these have a reference voltage that they're working against. So if you have the reference voltage that the ADC, or that the internal ADC is working against, you can take 0 to 3.3 volts, and you can then scale it through the gain of the amplifier to 0 to 8 volts or 0 to 10 to 12 volts. And this is what's happening with the MCP 6004s here. So what I could, oh no, that's the wrong way. It's the wrong direction. We need to be going out. Where's the other direction? I think some of the system voltages are done through the TL074 or TL072 in this case. I mean, we really, TL07 and then the number of amplifiers, we don't need a ton. That's gating. And then we have, these even include LEDs. TL074, and then the OPA 4171 is what's being used. And this one doesn't, oh no, VREF bias is being used here. So this has a VREF bias. I would love to use this circuit in this module. We don't need to include an LED. That's 5, wait a minute. -5 to 5. I guess that's 0 to 8. Wait, but we're a voltage controlled oscillator. What are the output specs for the VCO? LM324, oops. I'm not gonna save that. LM324, that's a gate signal, 0 to 8. So that's X3, X2, and X1. Now those aren't audio signals, but they are coming from the microcontroller. Clouds did audio out, I believe. Does Clouds do audio out? No, Clouds does control voltages out. What is the latest Mutable Instruments that does audio output? And do I have one? CM3340 is a specific chip in order to do that. Crimes is digital. Kinks is system voltages. Marbles is not listenable, but it makes control voltages. RP2040 is a VCO. Tides, I think Tides is also system voltages. That's voltage controlled amplifier. That's our Bic and Tick filter. That's supposed to, it's a different totally thing. A 10U mixer, ADSR 312. Huh. I don't have any mutables that do audio output. Let's see if we can just grab, jeez, I almost pushed this off of the side of the counter like a cat. Let's see if we can find a mutables instruments module that does VCO and see what that looks like. Such a descriptive name. Yeah, well, look, these aren't, the thing about these files is we are super lucky to even have them, right? Okay, let's do whatever mutables uses the stuff we're looking for. Where's my window? Mutable instruments. Documentation on GitHub. Grids, braids, edges, ripples, volts, links, tides, frames, yarns. Okay. Braids, what are you outputting? Macro oscillator. DAC 8551. That's right, they're using DACs for everything. But we want to go from the DAC that's internal to the microcontroller to the output. So this might be something. Yeah, getting a schematic and being able to break it down on this level is so awesome. CS80 sawtooth with a notch. Continuously variable morphing between triangle, sawtooth, square, and pulse with character control. Square sawtooth with pulse. So this is an audio output. So let's see if we can... Ooh, 808 bass drum. Damn, this is like a wavetable module. I should make one of these. Sounds really cool. Let's get information about it. Built-in 5-volt, fine knob, meta mode, Donkey Kong jacks, potentiometers have no center detent. That's not an upgrade. Well, kind of, because you can approach the center a little bit better. All right, so I want... That's not what I'm looking for. So that's the module timeline. So we're going to look at, what were we on? What was it called again? Braids. Oh, that's right here. Schematics. Okay, cool. Very good, very good, very good. Let's look for the output section. Pitch CV, FM CV. So those are control voltage inputs. These are involved. Why are they using two? Excuse me. Oh, because they're biasing against... Parametric, 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 and this is audio output. Here we are. So audio out is coming from what I would assume to be an STM, right? Yeah, a 3-volt STM32. So this is the circuit that we want, although I don't know why there are two stages in this, because it looked like the other ones had only one stage. IC10B and a TL072. Why are we going in two? This is a unity gain from the negative, so it's inverting. Why are we inverting this at unity gain? We're filtering stuff. This is here for ringing. And we're on IC10B. Weird. IC10B. What do I have in this kit here? Now I have TL072s and 4s coming out of my ears at this point. All right, I'm gonna look up IC10B. IC10B datasheet. Oh, IC10B is just the B version of IC10. Right. Okay, wait, hold on. I got that. I totally whiffed on that one. I thought it was like a different kind of amplifier, but it's the same. It's the same thing. It is the same. We're replacing this area right here Or not. We might not have to. It might be the same stuff. Where did that window go? Where did the window go? We should probably close some of these ones that I'm not doing, but some of the other RP2040 ones I would love to do. And it seems like some of the RP2040 ones we could just run with Node. Well, I can't say that. I don't know. I don't know if we can run any of the like alternative microcontrollers in these things. Like the Chord one looks really cool, but it's using, oh, this is using that. So yeah, the Chord VCO and then the one that we're doing right now should be two good projects that we can do with this stuff. And the Chord VCO looks like I can do almost the same front panel. We'll just put one switch on it and add a pot. That's very easy, and it looks like a 6U, and that'll give me more VCOs. I've needed more VCOs. I need all of them, every single one. That window is gone. Where did it go? It wasn't in this window. I miss my window. What's that? Okay, IC10A and B. So these are all through the same TL072. So we can use a TL072. Actually, not in this kit, but I do have a whole bin that's full of those. Let me get one. Let me get one of those. So those are, I think, they're in a different bin from all the other ones, but there are a lot of them. There are quite a few in this thing. Just gotta find them. RF stuff, that one's all connectors. This one is circuit boards, which makes this one the one that has all the chips in it. Whoa. Yeah, the TL072 and 74 are like your general use audio ones. They're okay. The LM, what is it, 386? 386, the LM386, yeah, has much warmer sound. All right, I need that light. Light. So the only other snag that I can foresee is that somehow we can't fit this chip in there too, on the back side. And it looks like our circuit is pretty straightforward. It's just 24.9K, 100K, 1K, and a capacitor on the input, you know, some various caps and stuff like that I should be able to fit in pretty nicely. What are the other two? They're inputs? They're inputs, and the way that they're doing inputs, instead of putting it through op amps like Emily does, see, she puts them, the CVs, she'll put through something that'll allow you to adjust, and then it'll compare it to a 10-volt analog reference. And I don't know, I mean, I could boil it down and just take this part of it, this front part, and do both of those inputs to turn into 0 to 3 volts and have a 10-volt reference. Maybe I want to do that. Maybe I should do that, which means I'd need an MPC 6004, which takes, what does it say, 0 to 2.5. Oh, we don't want 0 to 2.5, do we? Nah, we'll do it the way that they say. We'll do it the way they say, and that's by putting a 2.5 volt Zener diode on the positive and negative. That'll just protect you and limit all of the inputs so that you don't blow up your module. Where's that circuit? I'll have to see how many 2.5 volt Zeners I actually have. This is not the right window. Where did it go? Where's the right window? Where's the window that I'm working out of? I have multiples. There we go. Yeah, so these are BAT43 Zener diode. I mean, this is the goal of these is to keep costs down. Oh, it's a Schottky. Ah. Wait, really? That was a Zener. I guess it's a Schottky. What's the point of having a Schottky, though? I thought it would limit reverse voltage 30, forward current 200 milliamps, surge forward 4 amps, 30 volts. That's reverse breakdown. Where's our swing on this one? That's reverse voltage. I hate it when they don't tell you what the purpose of the frickin' diode is. General purpose, low turn-on voltage, fast guard ring against excessive, such as electrostatic discharge. Diodes are available and blah, 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 blah. So what's he doing on your circuit here? AD converter can only read an upper limit of 3.3 volts. The input range is expanded to 5 volts by dividing the voltage using resistors. That's interesting. Okay. So you've put a voltage divider in there. Whereas, if we wanted to expand it to 5 volts going to 3v3, the alternative way to do it is the way that Mutables has done it, which is to do, which is to go to a different window, do it the way that Mutables has done it, and have, I mean, this is a bias on the input that you don't need to necessarily have. So the way to do it would be to have an analog reference and then the MPC 6004. This is probably the more succinct way to do it on this screen. I need to make that the right size. On this screen and doing, let's see, we are going to, those aren't audio, those are control voltage outputs. So we want to go to the inputs over here. And so you would have -5 to 5, and then you have a bias here, and this is a 2 to 1, and then you have a -10 in order to center 0 volts. Or sorry, you center 3v3. So when you are at, sorry, that's not right either. That's not right either. When you are at -5 volts, that ADC DVCV is at 0. It sits at, I don't know, somewhere between 0 and 3v3. So when you're at -5, this is at -3. And it's done with the biasing and the analog reference in there, and the gain stage, of course. So this is a way to map your voltages. I guess the way that they decided to do it on the cheap one is to just use a voltage divider. I'm tempted to do this. I am tempted to do the MPC 6004 because I think it would do a better job, but I don't think I have through-hole MPC 6004s. This is a TLO74. The MPC operates at 3v3. Into, in one, into, in one. Dual op amp. This thing has 2 inputs. So having, it would be 2 more of these and 1 more. No, it'd be two of whatever I find. Dual low noise. We'll see what JRC 4558 is. Let's see what that is. Unfortunately, this is not a one stream. Now I do have MPC 6004s in surface mount, but we've got very little room on this board, so. High performance, monolithic, no frequency compensation, large common mode differential voltage gain, parameter tracking, gain phase match between amplifiers, internally frequency, low noise, blah, 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 blah. It's probably going to be like positive, negative, 1,000,000 volts. 22 volts. By comparison, the MPC 6004. Data sheet. No. MCP? Oh, because microchip. What was that noise? Where am I looking? I need data sheet for. I'm spelling it wrong. That's the problem. Hold on. Where are we over here? MCP 6004 or 2. MCP. There you go. 6004 data sheet. Data chart. This is the same page. Well, documentation. Really? Come on. 124 whatever It's fine. Yeah, okay, here we go. 1 megahertz, low power. And so this thing, its input voltage is 7 volts. It'll work at 3.3 volts. Yeah, maximum jumper, VSS. All inputs and outputs, negative to positive. So yeah, this will run in lower voltages, and so you protect, the microcontroller is pretty sensitive to higher voltages. So you want to protect it. So I feel like I want to put this in there. I want an equivalent of that I have in like the through-hole stuff, so I don't have to work with trying to squish a surface mount package onto a PCB that doesn't want it there. So here I have a variety of different op amps. Low offset voltage dual comparator. What is this thing? Voltage booster. Let's look at LM393. That might be an equivalent. LM393 has to be 1 megahertz, and it has to work at lower voltages. Data sheet. Up to 38 volts. What the heck? What are these people doing? Why so many volts on everything? 2 to 36. Oh my God. Offset voltage plus minus 4. Input bias 3.5 over 20. I don't know what that means. Response type 1, 1.3. The problem is I don't know how to compare these. So this one is capable of operating at lower voltages. That's a lot of volts that it can operate up to. 200 microamp per comparator, faster response time of 1 microsecond, extended temperature range, availability in a Dawson package, B version drop-in replacement for LM29. Nobody's trying to do that. Common mode input voltage range includes ground. Differential input voltage range equal to maximum rated supply voltage plus minus 38 volts. Maximum rated plus, damn, this thing is a beast. Output compatible with TTL, MOS, and CMOS. Next generation version of the industry standard LM393, LM2903. Oh man, all this stuff that I used to like know a little bit about. 2 independent voltage comparators that are designed to operate from a single power supply over a wide range of voltage. Quiescent current is dependent on supply voltage. Yeah, like LM393 versus MCP 6004. One megahertz gain bandwidth product. Does that mean the other one, like, what is the frequencies that this thing can handle? Frequency, 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 frequency. 2 to 30 volts. I find that incredible. It'll probably be hidden in the charts. Like, this information for different op amps are not presented the same way, and that makes it a lot more of a mental task in order to put together, like, what's the difference between these two? Well, this company likes to talk about this, and this company likes to talk about that, and this company likes to put a table here, and this company likes to just not include that information. And so you've got to kind of sift through all of these different numbers in order to get a good idea of how your thing is working, because we're going to power this with 0 to 3 volts. So the differential would not, it would be 3 volt differential, and it's not plus minus 3 volts. Whereas the MPC 6004, I believe, supply voltage 1.8 to 5.5. That only goes up to 5 volts. This one goes up to 38. I don't know what it means. Do we have any frequency information on this data sheet at all? There really should be. Saturation voltage, response time, input bias current supply, supply current voltage, characteristics, supply voltage, and total supply current. Man, they are just really concerned about, oh my goodness, temperature charts, input offset. What is that, a depth output sinking current? So that's how deep it can go? Jeez, I don't know what I'm looking at. Voltage and time. Oh my God. All right. I don't know if this is like audio style. Let's get the print off of the printer, and then we can solder the front panel. Maybe I need to buy some MCP 6004s that are through hole. I don't wanna, but there we go. Slides right off. You just got to give PETG time, and it'll pop off nice and clean. Oh no, there's support under these things. Oh, damn it. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm gonna have to get a screwdriver and pop the support off. I forgot to uncheck the button. Now, keep in mind, this is a very quick print, so I could probably just print it again. We can just use it as a size comparison. Got op amps on the brain. I had to fool with my standoff settings for the support materials. I lowered it a little bit so that it would support a little bit better. It wouldn't be as melty on the supports, but these holes should not have supports on them. It would be much better without them. There we go. It does pop off pretty clean. I had massive amounts of standoff just because PETG is very sticky. Very, very sticky. Small screwdriver for this. This isn't good for my worths. My weirs, rather. Not the best treatment of the weirs. This one's already kind of suffering. I think I have a backup. But this is also a great way to just put a hole in your hand. Nice screwdriver-shaped laceration. Give me this. Jeez. All right, that's pretty good. Turned out all right. So now, get these all prepped, and we can solder everyone in place. If I really wanted to, I guess I could include LEDs for the output. I guess I'm not going to do that, but these lined up pretty nicely. I don't have to move anything there. 6.2 is a little generous too. And then the switch looks like it could move down a little bit. Actually, we had it in a good spot. Let's see if this will probably seem like it needs to move up. We're probably kind of between things. I might need to move that one opening. Yeah, that's off. And then this one wants to be a little further down, which I can kind of massage it into position. Looks like this is bent a little bit. There, just like that. Yeah, that's good. I think that's all right. As long as it makes a big click noise when you push them. Okay, so then these don't need any of the top hardware. I just need the bottom hardware, and I need to match the position of the lower nut to the sockets. So that's this one and this one. That exploded everywhere. Okay, that. And the notch needs to go downwards. Well, it looks like it doesn't need the lower nut. It's going to stick all the way out. So instead of the lower nut, okay, that just flew away. It looks like they based the height of the Donkey Kongs on this height. They really shouldn't have done that. I'm going to flatten this nut. Oh, sorry, flatten the washer. Flatten the washer. Just crush it in the vise and hopefully it comes out a little flatter than it was. Squish. That corrects it a little bit. Just a little. Sorry, I have big hair on the desk. That's what I get for growing a huge beard. I actually need to trim this. It's getting a little unwieldy. I've gone kind of hobo mode for the past couple weeks. Maybe that'll get me out of the funk that I'm in if I get a nice haircut and then trim the beard down. Sometimes that works. There we go. That's what they should have looked like originally. Why were they all bent out of shape? So anyway, we do this, put this on here like this, and put the two switches in position. Then I can position the top piece over top of them. And we can realize that some of the sizing is wrong. All right, let's check this over. So for that to fit, it needs to be bent in a little bit. He's lazy. It's like the last step of this that got it all into position was skipped. I can just use the vise to kind of sneak that pin a little bit more at 90 degrees. There you go. That's what it should have looked like originally from the factory. No wonder these were cheap. Kit of 5 was like a couple bucks. But I got to do all this finishing work? Terrible. But I guess if you're hand building modules from Japan based on instructions, trying to save a couple bucks, that'll do. Why do you do the washers on there at all? You kind of don't. You kind of don't. I like taking the provisions for twisting. They're not really going to twist against anything, so there really isn't that much of a purpose of it. I'm just doing it to follow all the steps that I should. Yeah, the fart box is dead. I need to revamp the way that it's working. Twitch dropped the type of certificate that I was using and decided to use the much more betterlier certificate type, which is a higher level of encryption that we can redo the fartbox code in order to support, or I can spend 10 minutes in Node-RED and I can make a front end for the entire shop's connectivity. And that way we can have more than just the fartbox. So I got to talk with Fat a little bit. I got to put a little work into that. Fuck. I'm working on uploading YouTube videos though. That's sort of my main. I am a machine that turns YouTube videos that were recorded 2 years ago into YouTube posts. And, you know, I've been getting a little traction on that. So there's not as much as I would like, but it's, you know, I didn't really expect much from that anyway. Once I get them up, I'll be able to edit stuff again, and I'll be able to make, like, cool videos about projects. Until then, I'm just a being that is comprised entirely of stress. But I've been doing those uploads and not working on things like, you know, upgrading to Node-RED, which needs to happen. So that project has come up a little bit more close in the schedule. Taking precedent. Not quite my tempo. What's going on here? It's just not, these aren't fitting downwards at all because of the big ring. I mean, I could just get rid of the locating ring. It seems like these aren't deep enough to support it. They seem to be from this angle though. What's going on here? Oh, the gap doesn't go all the way down. What the hell? The gap doesn't go all the way down. Tense gritty per what? Huh? Something broke after an update is like 80% of my job. Yeah. I didn't update anything though. It was I think the certificates expired and they're just not supporting them anymore. And I could put that into the ESP8266 code. Like I could make it use the right kind of certificate. It's just I would rather just mothball the fart box for a couple days, and then we'll jump into making it work with Node-RED at some point. Because then I have one front end for everything else. So when this happens again, it won't be as big of a deal. And I probably could have had it automatically do the certificate. That could have been a thing. Okay, this button is really starting to piss me off. I have to balance all three of these things at once. Where's row J? There it is. Yeah, I got to balance all these things that are not soldered yet so that I can place the front panel on here, get some bolts on it, and then everybody will be in the right position where I can solder everyone in place. It seems like this hole is just a little bit off. Still works though. Pretty good. Okay. Can I just reuse these? Yeah, these actually do work on those. Wait, do they? Are they the same? No, they can't be. They can't be. That's impossible. I guess I could mark the board, but we're beyond that now. We've moved on with our lives. Now these don't work on they're different standards. It's hurting my wrist. My thumb muscle. And then I need the Donkey Kong bolts as well. The potentiometers need the locating pins. The switches do not. They should not spin in their perch. Three of these rather. That's a shame. If the switches used the same type of nut on the end, that would have been really useful. Fuck. God, these things are so annoying. So I guess on Thursday we'll be able to build this circuit and then give it a little testaroo, see how it does. But right now we're gonna secure all the front panel stuff. Where is my bolt thingy? There it is. The one I modified very specifically for these. I could probably use a little, like a soft material on the front here so I don't scratch anything, but I filed down a socket. That just helps me grip these much better. Hell, I could probably even 3D print a socket and it would work better. So like, these are going to be twisted depending on how I tighten them now. They're going to be twisted in the circuit board when I solder them, which isn't that big of a deal, but I don't want it to be permanent. I wanted it to be aligned, and that's what that disc would have allowed me to do. And they're pretty good. They're a little close together. You got to hit them with your fingertips. Pretty good. Okay, what can I do here? Actually, when I reprint this, I will move that hole up by 0.2. So let's just give that a little modification in CAD. I can't find my mouse. Okay, there we go. Let's just give that a little modification right there. That little buddy right there. I could have sworn that would have been perfectly centered in between the two. Why is it off by like a half, a third? Because there is definitely a row of pins in between. That one's offset that way, this one's offset this way, this goes straight over this way, and the button wants to go this way. But it's on this pin here, and this pin here. So it is technically oh, it fell out. It is technically centered. I think maybe what I need to do is just like bend it into place, because these pins are kind of spread out weird. Although I could solder it in standing up. That would probably be better too. Yeah, let's solder it in standing up, and that way it'll be able to stick out a little bit. Okay, I need tweezers to do this little maneuver here. Nope, wrong view, wrong view, wrong view. I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't like it. Get that light in there, otherwise I can't see shit. Just like that. If I can solder it in just like that. Problem is, my soldering iron has turned itself off. So I now need to remove my hand from this setup. And I need to get one of the legs soldered so that I can maneuver the button into position. You do that with you guys actually seeing what I'm doing. Maybe if I put this in the vise, and the switch has already fallen out. I've got stuff everywhere. This is a mess. Just gonna clamp onto that, and then we'll get this over here. Nope, that's the wrong ones. What are you doing? Get out of there. Go up to these. Come on. I guess I can't see what I'm doing in this camera because that's not tilted. If I put them like there, move that like this, you can see a little bit. Button is not exactly the most stable thing to be moving around. Oh my god, there goes Willow. Barking at the door. All her friendos are probably being walked right now. And other impossible things to see. There, just like that. See that? And yet it's up like that. It feels like what I need to do is solder it a little bit and then use the pliers to kind of bend the bottom piece into place, and then it'll hold. I can't see anything. All right. So now I can actually bend this thing into position. Use a screwdriver to do it. And just kind of prop it up a little bit on one side. Oh, that came out of the hole. Wait, go back in. Go back to your home. Needs to go up on that axis a little bit. How do I do that? Oh, that one slipped out again. What the heck? What happened here? It's like super stable, but in the wrong direction. No, that's not it. This one slipped out. I gotta look at this on the other camera. Hold on. Like this. Take a look here. And that pushes, it's just way like anchored weird. It's like sideways. I guess I could leave it sideways, I don't know. Doesn't make that big of a difference. Something's got it like wedged. Well, it's going through. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna solder these. Hard to see where the legs actually are, but oh, I can use a micro for this. Yeah, definitely. I keep clicking the wrong one. There you go. Somebody's making some kind of food upstairs and they're smashing the spoon on the side of the pot really loudly. And it's very distracting. It's very distracting. All I hear is a utensil slamming against the pot constantly. All right, so now these have quite a bit of leeway. I definitely drilled those too large. That was a mistake, but we can live with that mistake. We can just add a lot of solder to them. Let me get them on the vise so that they're held flat, and then we'll just add solder until until the blob skips into the via, and that'll hold them pretty solidly in place. All right, so clamped on the 3D print, and I can just add a bunch of solder and just do this consistently. So do I go with the one below or the one above? Well, they both seem to be in pretty decent spots. I could go to the side too. That would be a little, well, no, because every single way I do this, it encroaches on the one next to it. I've seen this done with like little pieces of wire in it, but I never really wanted to bother with that. I'm gonna go one below because this one is closer down. It's gonna require more solder than my little solder spool has. So let's get the larger solder over here so that I can fully implement this thing. And then we'll work on using the mutable instrument circuits in order to make slightly more reliable ins and outs, instead of putting a bunch of Schottky diodes on everything. I don't know, Schottkys or Zeners? I thought they would be Zeners, just so that my thought about it was that the Zeners would be limiting the amount of current that could come in so that it wouldn't blow up your MCU if you accidentally put too much through. But I guess that's not what's going on. I don't fully understand it. It scares me. And so I'd rather go to the mutables implementation. When I actually add wire to connect these to the microcontroller, I can probably put the wire directly over to the pad. This will conduct just fine. I mean, it is silver after all. I don't think you're dealing with a lot of extra ohms from solder bridges. Why aren't you cooperating? Iron's gotten too hot. I don't want to just dump solder down that pin. I also don't want to melt my my switch. I would have to assume that these are not built out of the most resilient plastic in the world. What is the most resilient plastic in the world? Some kind of ridiculous, like, carbon reinforced super thermoplastic. And our materials scientists racing to create the most resilient, because they should be. Probably. It's probably like two universities that utterly hate each other trying to create the most resilient plastic. Try to bend that down a little bit. That didn't work at all. Cool. I just burnt the end of that. All right, well, we'll just try to bridge it. This is kind of a big distance, so I don't know if it'll actually cooperate. And there you go. It kind of, no. Kind of, not really though. I'll drop a wire in there when I use it, or at least in one of them. These dual switches are such a waste of materials, but it's what I got to do. That's all I got. All right, so that's all the external panel done. All the buttons and the inputs and the outputs, except for, you know, we need to add these two. I'll add the two potentiometers. Let's get those on there. I don't know if I could install this other one yet. Wait. Ah, got it. I'm the wiener. Now these actually do need the thingamajig below, the pinhole in the back, because that pinhole in the back is going to keep these from rotating themselves. The switches did not need that. Man, the switches are freaking warm right now. Look at that. That's a lot of heat. That's a whole lot of get the hell out of here. Glucose level dropping. Hands cramping. Had a lot of like cramps from diabetes lately. I think it's just because I'm more active now these days. I'm actually, you know, taking the dog for walks and stuff like that. Lifting weights, doing all that business that I should be doing anyway. Not neglecting my own health. Can you imagine doing that? It's weird. Cool. So we've got our inputs. We've got our adjustments for the VCO. This is going to be a digital VCO. That's a little weird to me. The analog VCOs kind of are principally a lot different, but we're going to have TL074, a TL074 circuit somewhere. We got a lot of space up here, and a lot of direct to microcontroller inputs. And there's space. Where is our micro? Actually, wait. We're going to put power somewhere. So we got to fit everything on this little tiny board. Power, and that's going to need diodes, and then we're going to need the TL074 somewhere. Maybe not there. Well, it should be around the ins and outs, but that's kind of tough to work with. I might have to do another circuit board. I've got circuit boards, so it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, this would probably go together much more clean if we had standoffs on the corners and another PCB. Although, is this like the same size? Wait a sec. Yeah, 30.3 and 30.17. So if I do have standoffs on this, I would need to find corners that I can get to, because I think the standoffs I have are larger than this. So they would stick out on the ends and not be able to allow this thing to do anything. Or I use some pin header on the outside row. That actually might be the way we do this. So how many pins am I going to need to go in and out? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So if I do 7 and 7 and make a little PCB, that's going to be really weird, because then this thing will stand off on that. Or I could direct solder one of these down to the PCB and do 7 and 7 holding the second PCB onto this. That'll just clean up the design. That's basically all I'm going for. Are the shorter ones of these? They're like little stumpies. Little stumpy. Doesn't look like I do. It's only a couple fixed sizes. I've got this. I guess I could do that circuit on here. That's actually kind of neat. Yeah. Yeah, why not, after all? Why not? Why don't I? I deserve this. So if I do power, and then there's like a TL074, and one of these Jimmy Jams. Oh, see, that's all the way out on the edges, and I can't get to every pin. But if I have this one, yeah, I can't get to every pin. Okay, so that's out. That gets the Bosch. So I can do, the only other size I have is this. I really don't want to cut the circuit board. I don't want to have to do that. I can if I need to, but that, and then we have the TLO, which has gotten away from me. It's run away. I no longer know where it is. It's right here. For output and input, so I need probably 2 of them. Well, I need the NPC 6004, which I don't have at the moment. What about the LM386? That's an audio amplifier. Oh yeah, that's that speaker driver, isn't it? Low power audio, 4 to 12, 5 to 18. Yeah, nah, that's not going to work at all. So we need to find out what that other chip is going to be. But in this scheme, this whole scheme of things, I think I'll have room. I'll probably be using the whole circuit board. So I'll probably want 2 sets of headers, one here and one here, and then the whole thing will unplug from the other one. So it'll be more than, 7 pins are going to be used. It'll be like, maybe I could get away with doing 10. It'll be 10 and 10. I'll double them up, not use them all, but just have them there for mechanical support. Unless I do pins in 4 corners, but I think that's a little bit much. I just want more force than it takes to plug in the power plug. So it'd be that. Possibly this just directly down on the board like this. Although those will short stuff out down here. So if I did that, I would have to put Captain tape down on the bottom here. So it's either that or this. Power plug and the amps here. Unless I have a 4, but TL074, I need that low voltage one. I need to find that part. But all right, so that I think concludes today's stream. Stream over. Party dead. Get this stuff out of the way. We have a good idea of where we're going to go with the second half of this project, and we should be able to get it together in a stream. It's just, as usual, I'm modifying the deal. I'm making it so that we're using slightly better circuits. The mutable instrument circuits are going to be much better at this stuff. I need to buy more of those 10-volt references. I have more. It's just if I'm going to be using them like this in the future, I should have a big supply of 10-volt references, because that's a really great way to do stuff. And it really just kind of like cleans up your voltage levels and sort of just makes it work, right? It just kind of works. So we're riffing off of several designs at once, and we're bumping the price tag up a little bit. The extra op amps are not expensive, but they're not cheap, and it requires a little bit more design from us. I get these switch parts. These are precious. These like rings and stuff. They are very precious, especially when you're panel mounting. All right. Here's the end of stream dialogue, and I'm going to try to find a MCP 6004. I mean, push comes to shove, if I'm really, backed into a corner, I can use the surface mount one and just paste it down on a piece of Captain tape, especially since I've got so much room now. I've got an entire circuit board to work with all of this stuff. So all the front panel stuff is on one, and then the other one's going to have all the back panel stuff. We're taking notes from all of the different synthesizers that we've built up until now. And since this is digital, the 1 volt per octave won't be just the worst struggle that I've ever been through in my entire life. I had a terrible time getting those right, although we can test it against the Rigol and see what the numbers are if they're all correct. Here's the end card. You can find me on some social media, not much, since Twitter is kind of dying slowly. But here's the end card. Every now and then I post something on Twitter, but that's usually project related. And oh yeah, the washing machine feet that I built worked. They worked. They're still working. I'm gonna keep an eye on them though, because there's probably a fixed amount of time that they'll work for, and then they'll probably disintegrate. But then I could just print some more. They took like, how long did they take to print? It was like an hour, because I was printing 8 of them. But yeah, all right. Anyway, I'll see you guys on Thursday. I will be on Discord, but I'm going to be uploading video, so I'm just going to be a ball of stress until I get enough uploads that, if I break my leg or something, I won't run into the schedule and break my once per day upload rate. Apparently that gets you pretty good on the algorithm, and we've had a little bit of traction on that, so I want to keep that going. See you later, Mr. Yan. Goodbye, good luck, and good